Boom.
All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to a very rare live stream here with Rock Solid Productions. My name is Gary, your host here on the channel, and we are thankful, blessed, and lucky to have two amazing guests, one great co-host and an amazing guest here tonight. We are talking with the one and only Tommy Tallarico of Intellivision Entertainment. Tommy, welcome very much. Thank you for being basically open to talking to literally everybody who has questions about Amico. I certainly appreciate you taking your time and spending it tonight here with us, with the Rock Solid Productions audience that we have here. Thank you very much.
No worries. Thank you guys so much for having me. And yeah, we always want to, always be transparent and here to answer any questions at all. But I got to do a shout out to Matthew for his epic background and loving the old school. But I can't say that I don't love the Earthworm Jim album cover from, that's the image from my double album vinyl of Earthworm Jim. So thank you guys so much for representing.
Well, and I don't know if you've seen this before, but I actually have the Earthworm Jim NES cartridge.
Wait, stop. Wait, what?
It is an NES cartridge of Earthworm Jim. This is complete.
Open it up.
No, it's actually the pack. I'll take it out. My good friend Ryan Schlemmer, who owns CastlemaniaGames.com, gave this to me as a gift. I think it was right after I hit 1,000 subscribers because he knows that I am a huge subscriber or a huge fan of Earthworm Jim. So
now is it really Earthworm Jim, or did they like do a homebrew version of it?
It's basically an NES port of Earthworm Jim, and it's hard because of the way that you have to switch between jumping and whipping and shooting and everything. I'll send you a link when we are done. I've actually streamed gameplay.
I need to have one of those in my collection for sure. I wonder if they took it from, because we did do a Game Boy. We did a Game Boy Advance and we did a Game Boy Color version. So I wonder if they used the Game Boy Color version and just
maybe the Game Boy Color. So again, we are here to talk to Tommy tonight about the Amico. And I do want to set some ground rules here before we get started. First and foremost, thank you to everyone here in the chat. I see we have a ton of people in here. You are all amazing. Thank you so much. You are the reason why we are doing this, in addition to my own selfish interests. As I just covered, I am a huge Earthworm J fan, and I'm genuinely a fan of everything tech. Like just the other night, I took my Samsung Galaxy Tab S2, rooted it, and put Android 10.0 on it. Why? Because
nice.
It's just one of those things that I am a geek's geek. Now, when it comes to the Amico, I have not pre-ordered it yet. I have some very legit questions and concerns about it from a hardware and software feature as far as pricing and availability. And I did reach out to Tommy. Thankfully, he agreed to appear. And again, thanks also to our good friend of the channel, John Riggs, who basically helped me get in contact with Tommy. So John's Riggs, great. Thank you. You are the man. Yeah, feel free to ask questions in the chat. If you want us to ask something specifically, please use @RockSolidProductions. It highlights your chat, so it's easier for us to see, because I'm sure you guys are going to be talking back and forth a whole lot. So thank you. It's just easier for us to see that.
I will try to grab those and put them in a notepad in case we get a lot of them going on here.
Awesome. One thing that I will not tolerate tonight is disrespect. And I know that, Tommy, you are a polarizing figure. I mean, that's just, we'll be honest about it. There are people that love you. There are people that hate you. I'm sure just for having you on, I'll probably be accused by someone somewhere of being a shill. You can disagree without being disagreeable. If you have a legit concern or question, please voice it. That's what we are here to do. I've talked to many people who are moderators on the channel. We're not going to tolerate people being nasty, people being ugly. You're not going to be asked to remove anything. You will be banned. We'll remove your comments. Thank you. Have a nice day. I don't care what your opinions are on Tommy, on Intellivision, or what other YouTubers' opinions are. If you want to hear their opinions, they have their own channels. You can have your own channel. This is for us to kind of have a fun conversation and to ask some honest, some fair, and some tough questions of Tommy, because like I say, this is not, at $250, this is not an inconsequential amount of money going on. So with that going on, Matthew, I'll let you go too. If there's anything else you want to kick off here before we get rolling.
Sure. So I am Life with Matthew. I have fun doing YouTube. This is not my day job, though. And I was thrilled to death that Rock Solid Productions, who, like he was saying, we met because we have a general interest in sci-fi and also retro gaming. And he has been an incredible source of just knowledge and how to do things. Yeah, stop it. Keep coming. I'm not just blowing smoke up his bum here. I literally, Rock Solid has been really helpful in me kind of learning some things. And he's really been encouraging me on learning this whole retro gaming stuff. And so he reached out to me and said, Matt, I'm going to interview Tommy Tallarico. And I said, who? And he said, no, Earthworm Jim. I said, oh, okay. Yeah, now I'm on board with me. I mean, it's the guy doing the Amico.
No.
Yeah. So before you feel too bad, you should know I am legendarily bad at remembering names. People have made just constant fun of the fact that I get not just names wrong, but I get people mixed up. Just yesterday, I was confusing Elijah Woods for the guy in Free Willy. So I'm not the best at names or faces.
Mark, don't worry about it.
Yeah, Mark, exactly. Hey, as long as you don't call me Sue, everything's fine, I think.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious.
Serious, and don't call me Shirley.
See,
Matthew,
everyone know. Let's hear it in the chat. Where's that? What great movie is that from? People my age will know. In us Gen Xers, it's one of our staples growing up, right? You knew.
Well, one of the two brothers who helped create that franchise grew up about 25 minutes away from me in Shorewood, Wisconsin.
No way. And they did Naked Gun as well, didn't
yes.
they? Yeah.
Did they? I think so.
I think
Could be
so.
wrong.
I think they did. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Airplane, of course. Everybody got it. They're very good.
So one last thing, Matthew, a couple people says it sounds like you've got two mics turned on, so you might want to just check your audio levels real quick there. But let's get started because I don't want to keep you here all night, Tommy. I know you are a busy man. And for those who are not familiar with your background, like we talk about Earthworm Jim and everything there, that's where I kind of got known of who you are. And what is your background in the industry, just as a developer, musician, so on and so forth?
Sure. So I've been in the video game industry over 32 years now. I've worked on over 350 video games, which is a Guinness World Record, which was awarded to me in 2008 for the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime. So that was pretty cool. My mother's very proud. But some of the games that people may know that I've worked on, you mentioned Earthworm Jim from the early and mid 90s. Before that, I did games like Disney's Aladdin, Terminator on the Sega CD, Cool Spot. But I also worked on the early Madden football games and going into like the later 90s, things like I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team, did some work on some of the first three Guitar Hero games. Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. I worked with him for many years, and the Sonic franchise. So a lot of, and by the way, you'll notice that Spider-Man, James Bond, Mortal Kombat, you'll notice that I'm only going to mention all of the good ones. So in that list of 350, Babe Ruth didn't hit a home run every time he was up at bat. In fact, he led the league in strikeouts too. So you won't be hearing me say wax poetic about Color a Dinosaur and Aquaman for the Xbox. But that being said, so I've been doing that for 32 years, audio production, but also, especially back in the old days, like you did everything, right? So game design, and I would write the manuals, and you'd be producer, and I started out as a games tester, and you kind of do everything back in the day when you're on these small teams of like 5-10 people. And then in the mid 90s, I started a television show with Victor Lucas called The Electric Playground. And then we did a second one, a second TV show called Reviews on the Run, or Judgment Day, as it was known in the US. And so I was doing 2 half-hour television shows every week, 104 episodes
Wow.
a year. And I did that for 12 years. And that show went on to win an Emmy Award and a Telly Award and for Best News Magazine. And we were just doing a thing about video games. And keep in mind, this is the mid to late 90s, before YouTube, before Twitch, before, and again, this is worldwide syndicated. So that was a whole other chapter of my career, while I was also doing video game music as well. And then in 2002, I started a nonprofit organization, which is a big organization now. It's called the Game Audio Network Guild, or GANG, as the letters spell out. Audiogang.org is the website, and people can go there. And we have thousands of members around the world. And I started that because we wanted to teach people and young people who were coming in, or people who wanted to learn how to do video game music. And so it's a big network of professionals and students and non-professionals. We have a $20,000 scholarship thing that we formed back then. And so that was a big thing. And then that same year I started GANG, I also started Video Games Live, which was the first world touring symphony video game concert. The first show we ever did was at the Hollywood Bowl to tens of thousands of people. And then I've been touring it around for 20 years for that. So I've seen a lot of I've worked with almost every aspect of the video game industry, from marketing to PR to design to production to music to, TV. And I've been on the side of the press and on the other side of the camera. And so it's been pretty crazy. And here I am now with Intellivision.
Now, one of the things, you are a lead guitarist, I believe, by trade.
Piano is actually my first instrument. That's the one
Okay.
I'm most proficient at. But when I play live, yes. Then when I'm playing the show, I'm on guitar. Yeah.
So as such, I
Much
mean,
cooler
I
looking.
well, agreed. But I think one of the things I will say, I am a fan of bass guitar and
Okay.
like the stylings of Les Claypool and Geddy Lee. Just watching those guys play live.
I mean, Geddy's
It's
the
just-
best, of course. I mean, if you ever listen to Weather Report, Jaco Pastorius. I mean, Eddie Van Halen, who's my hero.
Oh yeah,
on
absolutely.
guitar, played bass on Sammy Hagar's solo album. It was incredible. So yeah, I'm a big bass is everything. Do you play bass?
I don't.
Okay.
I used to play trumpet, baritone, and tuba, not at the same time though, because that would have been. I mean, I can talk out of both sides of my mouth, but playing three instruments at the same time.
Now,
Not the
hard
same.
to pick up the ladies when you're the tuba player. I gotta say, no offense to any tuba
Hey,
players out there, but
fat
you
guys
got a
need
big
love,
tuba.
too.
You're-
Fat guy. Well, and you figure just as my complexion cleared up, I lost my hair. So nature's had it out for me.
The guys, they wanted to be cool to get the ladies. They'd be on the saxophone. That was the brass instrument to be cool. But not so much the tuba. They got to do a MIDI tuba. We got to do that.
Dear Lord, no.
Tuba Hero. We just created a new franchise, guys. Screw Guitar Hero. Tuba Hero, starring Rock Solid Productions, presents A Life with Matthew experience. Tuba Hero.
So is
I
that
just
the
have
next?
to say, out of
That's
all
what-
the ideas you've had,
on the
that one
Amico.
blows.
Exclusively on the Intellivision Amico. There you go.
Yeah. So and Matthew's back. Thank you. We fixing some audio issues there.
Oh,
All
I got
your
it with blue
bass are
screens.
belong to us, says NES Addict. There you go. That's a good one. All your bass, BASS,
Yes.
are belong to us. That's quote of the night so far. NES Addict gets a gold star.
Don't give him too much credit. I joke with Jay that he's from the South, so we have to use small words for him.
Oh, hey now.
But so going from being someone who worked on the development side of games, you bought the rights to Intellivision. What was the idea behind, why did you want to buy Intellivision, and what was kind of the whole thought process of going from making games to owning a game studio, a game company, a brand such as Intellivision?
Yeah, well, so Intellivision was the system I had growing up. That when I think of that box, behind Matthew, I get tears in my eyes. I get goosebumps. It brings back so many family memories for me personally. We were an Intellivision family. We got it Christmas in 1980. It had been out a year. And, and I played baseball with my dad, and my mom we'd play skiing together, and my brother, we'd play hockey or Utopia or even Math Fun, because he was a little younger, and we'd learn how to, do math problems and stuff. So, that's when I think of Intellivision, I think of my own family. Right. And what happened is, as I kind of went through the years of being in the industry for so long and doing so many things, I felt that, like, going back like 4 years ago, 4 years ago, I kind of felt like, gosh, like I can't play video games with my parents anymore. Like the Wii did it amazing, right? The Wii, like my mom bought a Wii, right?
Yeah, my dad too.
Right. And they never bought video game consoles really, but they could, it was easy to understand. My mom just wanted to go bowling. That's all she'd wanted to do. Boom, throw the ball down the thing, hit some pins, right? And that system was $249 when it came out, with one controller and one tech demo, which was Wii Sports, an incredible tech demo, but it wasn't, a full bowling game. You couldn't even bowl 10, thing. But Nintendo next door, see, he knows he wants Tubo here, Tubo here. But and so the Wii did it so well, and when Nintendo put out the Wii, keep in mind that everybody was like, before it came out, people were like, oh, Nintendo's done for, they suck, they're going to get creamed by PlayStation and Xbox. What are they thinking? I hate the name. Everyone hates motion controls. You're all, Nintendo's dead. They should just be a software. Let's see Zelda on the Xbox. And of course, the Wii came out and it kicked everyone's ass. And it was the third biggest home console at the time of all time. 102 million units sold, generates $50 billion in revenue. And what that proved is that people who don't necessarily play video games all the time are willing to play video games with other people, as long as they're presented in an easy and simple way. And so, but the Wii was 15 years ago. And so, like, going back 4 or 5 years ago, there wasn't any games I could play with my mom and dad. All of the hyper casual games went over, that they would be able to play and understand, went over to mobile. But of course, the problem with mobile is everything is solitary. Everything is, you're looking at your screen, right? Now there's a couple exceptions. And so whenever I say stuff, let's take it in the terms of, not specific. Well, yeah, but wait, there's Jackbox. Yes, I know Jackbox is on the mobile and it's amazing and it's fantastic. And there's games like Space Team and Emoji Charades. There are exceptions, but what I'm talking about is the overwhelming majority of hyper casual games are only on mobile, and they're only your head buried in the phone. And if you look for young families, the number one concern of young families is they give their kids too much alone screen time, right? So let's keep that in mind as we're moving forward. So I'm looking at this going like, well, I can't play games that my mom and dad would understand on mobile, and we would play Jackbox and we would have fun, but there's that's all you got. And then even my wife, who's a little younger than me, she's 35 years old, and a lot younger than me. She's 35. So she grew up playing Pokemon, playing video games, Super Nintendo. In fact, she had an Intellivision because she had 3 older brothers. And so her older brothers and her dad kind of passed down the Intellivision to her. So one of her favorite games growing up was Shark. And then we would sit down and try to find a video game to play, like on the Switch or on the Xbox or on the PlayStation. And there was just nothing that the both of us could play together. And so I Googled it. I said, where's a casual game? Let me find a casual couch co-op game on the Nintendo Switch. Let me Google that, because the eShop is kind of difficult to navigate through. I don't think anyone would would argue with me on that, right? And so I Googled it, and you know what came back? One of the first things that came back was Overcooked. And I'm like, oh, well, this looks like super fun. And I love the Overcooked developers are amazing, and the game is amazing. And so I sit my wife down, and she didn't like it. I liked it, but she didn't like it. And she explained, I said, why? And she explained to me, she says, well, look, I don't like cooking and cleaning in real life. Why do I want to do it in a video game? I'm like, good point. I didn't think of that. And then she also said, you know, I work hard all day. She owns her own business. She does, you know, she works a lot with animals. And she says, at the end of the day, I want to come home and I just want to relax. And like in this game, it's like, do all this stuff and you have 2 minutes to do it and run around like crazy and panic. And when you start to understand the non-gamer or the casual or hyper casual gamer and their mindset and how they think, you start to understand why a game like Candy Crush is so popular, right? Because you can just kind of unplug and relax, and you get these little endorphin hits, and you're kind of thinking, but you're not like so focused. And that's when Angry Birds and all those style, you know, the biggest mobile games out there. And so when you look at the industry as a whole, there's 200 million people who are considered gamers, hardcore gamers. That's if you add up all the Microsoft products, all the PlayStation people who play, Nintendo, and our friends who are the hardcore PC players who they refer to themselves as the master race, like Matthew. Matthew is
not quite that far.
Okay,
not quite that far.
And so if you add up all those people, that's 200 million people in the world. Yet there's 3.1 billion people who play mobile, and mobile is, you know, completely has taken over the industry in regards to dollars, in regards to people who play. So when you do the numbers and you think about the numbers, guys, you say to yourself, wait a second, if there's only 200 million people playing on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, and PC, if there's 200 million people playing that, but there's 3.1 billion people playing mobile games, that means that about 7% of all the people in the world who play video games, only 7% are playing on PlayStation, Microsoft, and Nintendo Switch and PC. Because us as gamers, when we think of video games, what do we think of? Nintendo, PlayStation, and Xbox, right? Mm-hmm. But the reality is, going outside our bubble, you see that there's so much potential there. So for me, I didn't want to create something that would directly compete with those 200 million people that Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, and now I guess Google are trying to compete to get. They're fighting over those 200 million people. I want to fight with the 3.1 billion people over here, because look, I'm not sitting over here drinking my own Kool-Aid. We don't have $1 billion in the bank like Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo. We don't have thousands of people around the world working for us, massive infrastructure. We don't have tens of millions of dollars of marketing. We can't compete with their technology, with their chips. We can't lose money when we sell our hardware like they can. We can't compete. I don't want to compete. I don't want to be in competition with those people. But where we can compete with them, we can compete with them in passion, and we can compete with them in ideas. So what we've done, think about us as we're the system that is in between the 3.1 billion mobile players. I think we would all agree on this in regards to like from hyper casual to hardcore gaming. I think everyone would agree. Mobile on the bottom, then you have the Nintendo Switch up here, and then a little above that, Xbox and PlayStation, and then maybe PC a little above that, right? But there's a big gaping hole that 3.1 billion to those 200 million people, there's a big gaping hole between hyper casual on mobile and what the Switch offers. Because again, my mom, who bought a Wii, she didn't buy a Switch. And that's not to say anything bad about the Switch. I personally love the Switch. I love Nintendo. I love Sony. I love Microsoft. I think if all of us to really truly call yourself a gamer, you should love everything, right? Now you might like ones more than others. Maybe there's things you don't like. Like I don't like things about Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo as well. But I certainly like more. I more like things than I don't, right? And that's why I'm a fan. So, but Nintendo Switch is definitely for a certain amazing audience, and they've sold 80 million of them. So that means that out of all the people that play video games in the world, about 3% of them are playing on a Nintendo Switch. And so that's we're trying to be in between a Switch and mobile. Simple, affordable, family entertainment. That's the 4 cornerstones and pillars of our company. And those 4 words spell out safe, because in television, all of our games are $9.99 or less digitally. And we don't have microtransactions. We don't have loot boxes. We don't have in-app ads, right? You buy it once, you own it forever. All of our games are E for everyone or E10 plus. So we don't allow violent games and sexual content and bad language. Not that I'm against those stuff. Some of my favorite games are rated M, right? But we're creating an ecosystem where our go-to-market strategy is families, it's non-gamers, it's casual gamers, it's hyper-casual gamers, it's seniors, it's families with young children. I say, kids 5 and under. Kids, when they get to be like 7, 8 years old, they go to Roblox and Minecraft, right? By the time they're 10, 11, they're on the Switch. 12, 13, they've graduated to Fortnite. Teenagers, their PC, their PlayStation, Xbox, and then hitting their early 20s, maybe that you get into PC, whatever, and that's kind of a thing. But when you think about this, the biggest edutainment license in the world for the last 50 years is Sesame Street. How many Sesame Street games are there on the Switch, on the Xbox, and on the PlayStation? I'll tell you so you don't have to look it up. 0, right? So there's, now I'll tell you another interesting demographic and statistic. The biggest demographic in the world right now are millennials. It used to be baby boomers. Baby boomers were the number one demographic in the world, but then their kids took over about 2 years ago. Baby boomers are now becoming seniors, right? And a lot of baby boomers, dual analog sticks and 4 shoulder buttons is too much. It's too much. It's a control. It's a non-starter for them. And again, I'm not saying that baby boomers don't play video games. A lot of people love to take what I say out of context and try to use it against me. I'm not saying that. I'm just being general overall. And again, guys, if you say, Tommy, I disagree and here's why, feel free. That's totally cool. We're having an open discussion here. But the majority of baby boomers, find modern video games too complicated and too violent and too expensive, and the learning curve is just too big. And that's baby boomers, the number 2 demographic. So then millennials, what do we know about millennials? They're now having children, right? So millennials, late 20s, mid 30s, into their almost late 30s. Our parents, all of our parents, they had us in their 20s, right? For the most part, right? Like that, the baby boomers and my parents who grew up in the 50s, us Gen Xers, our parents were married when they were 23. They had us when they were 25. That was commonplace. But in the 21st century, you know, it's more common now to have your first kid when you're 29 or 30 or 31. That's, you know, that's becoming a trend. And so
I just had my youngest daughter turns 2 years old in a month, and I just turned 44. So
boom,
my oldest
right?
daughter is 18.
There you go. So, and you're the perfect. So here's the thing. There's over 20 million households in the United States alone that have kids under 7 years old. In Europe, there's another 20 million. And if you include Canada and Mexico, so all of North America and all of Europe, there's over 60 million households that have kids under the age of 7. And we have never experienced that in the history of the planet Earth. No time ever. And remember what I said earlier, you know, the number one concern of all of those parents who are having these young kids is that they're giving their kids too much alone screen time. And so now you start to see where what we're offering to baby boomers, to seniors, to families with young kids, to people who don't normally play video games. And you say, yeah, but you think that somebody who doesn't normally buy a video game is going to buy a home console because it's easy and it's simple? Nintendo Wii 15 years ago. So yes, it's already been proved. And Nintendo has a history of having the least technology than the competition since the PlayStation and Xbox hit, but having the better, more fun games. So just because you have the fastest processor doesn't mean that you have the best and highest selling console. At the end of the day, graphics doesn't matter. What matters is fun. Do you have fun playing it? Yes or no? And that's where our focus is. Our focus is on the fun, not the gigawatts, teraflops, you know?
We kind of went off on a deep dive there. So a lot of our future questions,
I rambled
and we kind of just let you go.
Yeah.
So you announced the Amico, or the fact that at least Intellivision was coming back at Portland in 2018, I think, where I got one of these guys. I wonder how many people at that show still have theirs.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, this is actually
what people might not be able to see or know, but the disc is actually UV spot, right? Yeah, it's kind of out of focus, but
yeah.
So the disc feels really good. Like it feels like a disc, like you could turn it almost, right?
Yeah, it's very smooth on there. But one of the first things that I want to diving into the Miko now, we've kind of gone through the past, is so before I did my current job, I worked in the RC industry for 20 years. Cool. And we had a brand there. And one of the brands that we had was the name meant Go Earth is what it meant. So is there any special meaning behind the word or the name Amico, or is it just something that like it kind of sounds like Tallarico, but not quite so much? And where did that come from?
No, that's Amico, what I was thinking too.
No, Amico,
like Amigo and Tallarico. You put them together, you get Amico.
No, that's not it. No, I'm not that vain. No, Amico is the Italian word for friend, and so I'm 100% Italian, and growing up Italian, and I'm the oldest, and my mom was the youngest of 13 brothers and sisters. So on her side of the family, I have about 250 relatives. My dad's side, there's about 100 people. So Italians are very, very steeped in family and tradition. And I mean, a lot of, Koreans are like this too, and the Japanese. And I'm not trying to say, oh, someone's better, or we do it better than. No, I'm just giving my own personal thing. And again, I think a lot of people would agree with that if you know an Italian family, it's and by the way, Latino families are the same as well. Armenian families, very, very family focused, very important. And so, and again, when you think of Intellivision was the family machine, when you look on the original box, it shows family playing the game, and a lot of the Intellivision games, you had to have a second player just to play the game, you couldn't play it without another player. So Intellivision, the old school Intellivision, you think of family, you think of co-op, you think of this and that. And then again, for me being Italian, and I wanted to use an Italian word because Italians are very steeped in family. And our motto, our moniker is together again, because we want to bring people back no matter what your skill level. I want people to be able to play video games together. And you know what? Grandma should be able to beat a hardcore gamer. Grandma can't beat you in Fortnite, no matter how many times she tries. It's not going to happen. And that sucks for grandma. And quite frankly, it sucks for you. And if you do play a game with grandma, let's be honest, you're sandbagging to give grandma a chance, right? And that's not fun for you either. What if we could create a scenario where no matter what, and this happens all the time in our office, where I'll bring somebody in. Now, I created the system with my group and my team, and I design a lot of the games, and I know where everything is and where it's planted and how to get it. And just last week, somebody came in, never played the machine for the first time. They're playing it, and we're playing together, and they beat me. And I'm the guy who made the machine, and who helped to make the machine, and who designed the game. And I got beat in that. And that's beautiful. And I walked away like, isn't this cool? And I was trying. And so that's what we're trying to do. We want to bring that back. And again, I need to say this out loud, and I need to say it. I've done enough interviews to know that what to say now. I'm not saying that Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch don't have co-op games. I'm not saying that, folks. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that our system is 100% focused on that. And yes, every game is a single player game. It has most every game is a single player experience as well. But every game also has a co-op, multiplayer versus whatever mode. Our focus is that, and our focus is to get everybody playing no matter what your skill level. And that is something that Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo are not 100% focused on. And we are. So we have this unique lane, right? We have this unique kind of demographic we're living in. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to stick to that. We're going to, we know what we are, and we're going to stick to that. And that's what we are. And we don't want to try to compete with Nintendo. I'm not dumb.
So when the Amico comes out, what's your target price for the console? And for anyone pre-ordering it, is there going to be anything special that comes with that pre-order?
Great. That's a great question, because there's a lot of answers to that. And I'd like to explain this too, because, I've heard, I've heard, you guys talking about it a little bit. And one of your concerns, which is completely legitimate, is, gosh, the price point on this thing, it's $50 more than a Switch Lite. It's $50 less than a Switch. It's $50 less than a Series S. Hello. Those got the names, they got the games, they got the this. How are you going to be there, right? And I see you nodding your head, and you should be.
Very much so, because one of the things, Tommy, I look at this and I wonder, and I think about myself as a kid, because I still am, an annoying snot-nosed brat. And I annoyed the daylights out of my parents because I wanted a Nintendo, then a Super Nintendo, and a Game Boy. And I was reading the magazines, and we've all seen A Christmas Story with, you put the Red Ryder BB gun ad in the copy of Look magazine. You heard friends on playgrounds. Sega sucks. No, Nintendo does. No, Sega does, but Nintendo. I don't know that I see kids having, well, kids don't play in the playground anymore because, oh, I might fall and hurt myself. But I don't see kids going and saying, Mom, I want an Amico. I see them saying, Mom.
How old are the kids that you're thinking in your mind right now? How old are they?
8 to 14.
That's not our target audience. You're absolutely right. There's not a single 8 to 14-year-old that is going to say, Mom, I want an Amico. Not a single one. I agree with you 100%.
Okay, and I appreciate you being honest about that.
Yeah. But remember my demographics that I told you, right? 7 and under, where the parents are making those decisions, and mom. Now, here's a great stat that you're going to love, and you're going to find interesting. And I see my girl Linda in the chat, and she's great. People got to check out her channel. She's awesome. I think she's still in there. Are you still in here, Linda?
She was, but now we have Linda and we have fake Linda. When she doesn't have her glasses on, that's fake Linda.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well,
yes.
we got the real Linda. We got the glasses Linda in here tonight, and I think she'll appreciate it. And this might be a revelation for a lot of folks. I mentioned the video game industry is a $150 billion a year industry. We mentioned the percentages of people who play this now. So let me ask you guys a question. Out of that $150, $60 billion that's spent, how much of that do you think is spent? I'm not saying played. I'm not saying this and that. I'm talking literally who spends the money. How much of that do you think is spent by women? Give me a percentage.
I would say probably 35 to 40%.
Okay, that's a good guess. Matthew?
Since he gets low, I'll guess high. Let me say the 60 to 70 range.
Okay, you're both wrong and you're both low.
Wow.
Yes, and this blows people away. Over 80% of all the money that is spent and made in the video game industry is spent by women. Now,
and this is hardware, software, DLC, all everything. Expenses, video game related. Okay.
Now, and I'll tell you why it'll start to make sense to you. First of all, if you include, remember the categories: mobile, PC, and then the home consoles. 20% of that money is PC, 25% of that money is home consoles, and 55% of that money is mobile. Now, if you add up all those 3.1 billion gamers, male to female playing, it's 51% male, 49% female. Pretty much split right down the middle. But if you look at mobile gaming, where again, casual, hyper casual, and when you look at the mobile gaming crowd, that's where the most money is spent, almost triple what is spent in the PC and more than double what is spent in home consoles. And you look and you see who are the people spending money on mobile games. Now I'll ask you two guys, have you ever spent money on mobile games? I mean, maybe
yes.
You have.
Maybe once or twice.
Okay. Men typically do not spend a lot of money on mobile games. But did you know this? The average person the average amount of money that is spent on mobile just in the United States, because China and they're crazy around the world, but let's just take the United States for a second. The average person, spends $93 a year on mobile gaming. And I got news for you. It is not men. It is not men, right? We're lazy and we're gamers and we're like, I'll just wait for my tokens I'll just play again tomorrow or in 3 hours, I'll do my token.
When it refresh. Yep.
Yeah.
We're stubborn. We're like, we're not going to pay for this. Our wives, like my wife's like, yeah, I'm getting that unicorn. Ping, $5, or whatever, so it's a different type of mentality. And so again, when people I see NES in here, and he's saying, well, who's your target market? I mentioned it. I mentioned it already. It's seniors, it's families, it's a lot of like religious, when you think about, Christian families and different, Mormon families, a lot of people in middle America, a lot of like Latino families are very, price conscious and this and that. And that's what we're getting to. We're getting to the price. And so it's $249. It comes with,
Gary distracted us.
it comes with, I'm good, aren't I? It comes with,
I'm impressed. I had forgotten. I was on to the next thing already.
I'm bringing it back full circle on you. It's $249, but you get 2 controllers. Okay. Do you know the last video game system that came standard with 2 separate video game controllers? Do you guys know what it was? Think about
Super
it.
NES.
I was going to say Sega.
Exactly. Boom. That's why you are who you are, my friend. You know your stuff, right? And that came out. Do you know what year that came out in Japan?
1991 or 92?
90 in Japan, okay. 91 in the US, right? So that means, guys, that there hasn't been a video game system that has come standard with 2 separate controllers. And people will say, oh, well, the Switch. No, the Switch is one controller that you break into 2 sometimes.
The Joy-Cons suck as individual controllers. Anyone they're terrible.
So it's not a full controller. So what does that tell you, guys? Right? And where the industry has gone, right? So this is the first system in 30 years that has come with 2 complete controllers separate. And here's the good news. You can download our free app, and you can actually hook up to 8 mobile devices as well to the machine. So those don't work well for arcade action games, but they certainly work. So, right, boom. And then you got this. I went old school on you. I went classic. I went, hey, here you go. But so this, your mobile device kind of replicates this. Again, I wouldn't play action games with this, but it works great for party games, for card games, for dice games, all these kind of secret, party games where everybody has a screen and everything like that. So, but let me continue. All of our games are $9.99 or less digitally. Our physical media.
Before you go on to that, is that a commitment at a $9.99 max for the foreseeable future? Because there have been rumblings that, well, it's just going to be introductory $9.99, and so later on games are going to creep.
That's exactly what I said. I was the one who started that rumor. So yes. So on launch, all the games are $9.99 or less. And the reason I say that is because, look, in 3 years from now, there's inflation. There's going to be games where we're going to want to do bigger and better things. And so I don't want to lock myself in and say, hey, everyone, the games are going to be $9.99 or less for the next 10 years.
In perpetuity. Okay. Yeah.
So that's why I preface that by saying on launch, all the games are $9.99 or less. Right. But yes, I in the foreseeable future, I can see some games being $11.99, $14.99, but you're not going to see $30 games. You're not, that's not going to happen, but we want to keep it affordable, right? $9.99 or less. All of the games, like I said, are rated E for everyone. And say, oh, well, a bunch of kiddie games. No. When we were growing up, we didn't need blood, gore, violence, bad language, and nudity in the games. And again, I'm not against those things. I love Grand Theft Auto just as much as the next person. Red Dead is one of my favorite games of all time. Metal Gear Solid, Halo, they're all M-rated games. Love them to death. But what I'm saying is something that non-gamers and families can just feel secure about. Our 2 greatest things that we want to get across to people are value and trust. Those are the 2 things that we care about the most with our consumers. And you build that trust by curating every game, and making sure, and like we don't have online play, because a lot of the toxic communities, like even Roblox and Minecraft, get hit for it a lot. 7-year-old or you're coming back learning every 4-letter word in the book.
Well, and it's even worse than that, where you have people who are actually being, and I hate to be dark about it. Yeah, you get sexual predators on that. So not to be a conspiracy theorist, but I mean, Pizzagate, anyone?
Look, it's facts. It's facts are facts, right? And so our value proposition, guys, is this. And by the way, we did a lot of research and we spoke a lot to our retailers. And who are our retailers that we've announced so far? How about Walmart? How about GameStop, Best Buy, Amazon Prime? We're doing a thing with over in Europe, the biggest electronics places like Media Market, Saturn, Argos in the UK, the biggest of the big. We're there, right? And that's impressive. Like just this week alone, GameStop, if you go on my personal social media or Intellivision social media, you'll see that GameStop now has big Amico posters in their stores. You get the circular that they give out. You'll see Amico right next to Pokemon, Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation. If you look up on the monitor, you'll see Amico stuff, and we're still 8 months from launch. Now, let me ask you guys this. When was the last time that you walked into a GameStop and saw a home console, standalone home video game console being sold and promoted that wasn't Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo? When was the last time? When you walk into GameStop, you see green Xbox, you see blue PlayStation, you see red Nintendo. Well, guess what? Now there's a fourth section, and it's going to be Intellivision Amico. That's pretty cool, right? So even if you hate the whole idea of Amico and it's not for you, totally fair. Look, Nintendo isn't for everyone. PlayStation isn't. I don't care how big you get. People hate PlayStation. People hate Xbox. People hate Nintendo. The fact that we have haters legitimizes us even more, right? And so, there you go. Look at that. I don't believe
I hate this controller.
I don't believe it. Do you?
Yeah, seriously. That's one of the reasons why I have never invested in the Xbox ecosystem. I hate their controllers.
So there you go, right? And they're too thick and big for me too. Even the first Xbox controller was like half a Frisbee, for crying out loud.
I call it the puke.
That thing was horrible.
Right? So, and actually my favorite controller of all time, excluding Amico, of course, kids, is my favorite's the PlayStation 4. Because I'm a smaller guy and I have smaller hands. I don't like the PlayStation 5 controller. I like the feedback on the controls, but it's too big for me. I thought it got a little too thick. Anyway, but so the thing about value and trust, guys, for families, and you say to me, Tommy, you're crazy. No one's going to spend $249 on a family gaming machine. Oh, really? Nintendo Wii 15 years ago was $249 with one controller. Not all the games were family friendly. The demo, the Wii Sports was. And all of the games were $40, $50. You wanted 4 controllers, you had to buy them. There's another $40, $50. Boom, 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 boom there, right? You want to play, and so you say, yeah, but Nintendo Switch is $300. But the quality games, the Nintendo first party games are $40, $50, $60. If you
and a lot of them are re-releases or ports or things that have been out 10, 15 years on other consoles, and they're still charging $50, $60 for.
Right, the Skyward Sword. And then, but if you wanted to play a 4-player game on the Switch, you either need to buy another Switch, which is now $600 plus the $60 game, right? So now you're in the $700 range with tax, or you buy multiple controllers, right? Which you can do. Like the Joy-Cons are $70, right? Or 79. I think they're $79. You can get them on sale though, or you can buy the more the PlayStation type ones. But again, the controllers, dual analog sticks. Let me just say, oh, but Tommy, the Xbox Series S is $300. I got news for you. You could give my mom an Xbox Series S, and you could give a lot of the people, the billions of people who play that, the hyper casual gamers, you could give them an Xbox for free and they still wouldn't play it and enjoy it. Right?
That's my father-in-law gave me his Xbox that he bought for the niece and nephew. They never use it. It's been hooked up for 2 years. And if I played 2 hours on it, it's a lot.
Now, did that, the person who gave you that, did they buy us a Nintendo Wii?
No.
They never even had a Wii.
No, they bought it, and that was something that they bought for the grandkids for when they came over. So unique use case there, but it is one of those where I guess I would be the one, the example of someone who has an Xbox. I couldn't tell you the last time I turned it on, probably after I cleaned it out because I had to replace an HDMI port on it. So
again, when people say to me, yeah, but Tommy, no one's going to buy your machine. But wait, we're the same price as they were 15 years ago, plus 2 full controllers. Plus, I didn't even tell you guys this yet, we have 6 full games on the system. So that you get free out of the box. And all the games are $9.99 or less, and no microtransactions and no loot boxes. Because the Switch, there's a lot of loot box. There's a lot of, certain games have, loot boxes, microtransactions. There was a mother who wrote us a letter who said, she spent her credit card bill came and her 7-year-old spent $1,200 on the Switch. And she called Nintendo and said, hey, this is a mistake. He bought all this stuff and they didn't refund her the money, so because, and I don't want to crap on Nintendo because it wasn't Nintendo's game, right? So Nintendo is the ecosystem. And so it wasn't their fault. They can't refund somebody. Well, I guess they could have, but you know what I'm saying, right? I don't want to.
Well, there's still steps you could do to protect that,
and dovetailing on to that too. I mean, the way that this sounds is that you are trying to put the consumer first with, and by consumer I'm meaning parents first with some parental controls as far as you don't have to worry about $200-300 credit card statements because Johnny bought $500 worth of Roblox coins or whatever, things like that. Are there
and other you don't have to buy multiple controllers?
Right. Now, you could, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But are there other parental controls that are either needed or implemented onto the Amico?
No, don't need them. What would you need them for? We don't have online play, and we don't have any games that aren't for everybody. So we don't need parental controls at all.
But still, just doing a straight purchase from the eShop, or I use eShop generically here, obviously, but any download, I'm assuming they'll be password protected.
Yes, there's one account on there that has, or you can set up accounts to not be able to purchase stuff. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And that's very simple to do. It's one click.
Yeah. Now, and you've mentioned the Wii a lot, and it seems, and first of all, we're coming up on an hour here. I want to make sure we're all okay to keep going, Tommy. If you're good, all right.
Chat's excited, then I'm excited.
All right. Thank you so much. It feels to me like you're trying to kind of capture that lightning in the bottle again. And the Wii was such a unique experience. Like I say, my dad hated video games. The first year after I got divorced, I took my Wii with me to my aunt's house. We hooked it up and we played 6 hours of Wii bowling. That's it. And like you say, it was essentially a tech demo, but it was enough that my stepmother bought him the next Christmas, bought him a Wii of his own.
Yeah.
The concern that I have is you talk about the importance of couch co-op, family friendly. Some people hear this and think shovelware or mobile games or flash games.
Yeah.
Is this a fair assessment that people could be concerned about something like that, that we're going to see shovelware like what I mean, because as good as the Wii U library was, I mean, Mario Galaxy is a masterpiece. Wii Sports, great game for a tech demo. But I mean, yeah, there was a lot of, I mean, to be blunt, there was a lot of shit on that system. So how are you going to prevent that from happening and us not just getting lazy ports of mobile games?
Great question. The answer, we curate everything. It's not an open platform. We curate every single game. And if it doesn't pass our internal test, if it's not at least a 7 out of 10, it will not go on our system. And the great thing about creating these games, the way we're creating them, see, we go out, we hire the developer, we pay them to create the game we want, or they bring their dream and design to us, and we fund their dream and work with them and give them resources, art resources, audio resources, optimization resources. Our ecosystem in hardware is set up like no other hardware system ever. And you know why? Because all of the people on our team, and we have over 600 years video game experience just on our core folks, all of those people, we are all game makers. We are all developers. We've all been on the other side arguing with these hardware makers because they don't give us enough support. They don't give us the tools we need. They certainly don't promote us as much as we'd want them to. We throw that all out the window. And when we sat down, we said, what people, what are all of the things that are broken about the developer, publisher, hardware thing? Because let me tell you, friends, it is broken as hell, where a small independent, all of the coolest stuff is being made by indie developers. Why? Because, and again, not to knock them because they do great products, but EA, Activision, Ubisoft, it's the same thing over and over again. You watch the PlayStation thing tomorrow. I'm hoping to get something really cool and unique like the indie devs are doing. But, we might get a whole bunch of first-person shooters and a whole bunch of the same old thing with better graphics, right? And so where the excitement and the design creativity is among indie developers. But the problem is that they work their butts off, and then they get on mobile, and 10,000 other games came out that same day. And they don't have marketing dollars. They don't have a PR team. So all that great work they did wiped away, right? Or they go to Steam and they're on the new release list for about 20 minutes. There's so much stuff. So what we do is we bring in the best of the best, right? NES Addict said, will there be a kiosk in the store to play? Absolutely. Very, very important as part of our go-to-market strategy. And we learned this from Nintendo and from the Wii. The Wii had to get it in people's hands. If you saw a billboard for the Wii up there, you would have been like, what the hell is that dumb thing? And I hate the name, right? They had to get it in people's hands. We're doing mall tours. We're doing in-store kiosks. That's the most important. That's where we're spending our money. How do we know that? Because we got the folks who were the senior executive marketing vice president of Nintendo, who launched the Wii, who launched the GameCube, who launched the Super Nintendo, who launched the Nintendo DS, the biggest selling video game system ever of all time, 155 million units, right? Those are the people who are helping to launch us as well. So we're not just like pulling this stuff out of the hat. We've done tons and tons of market research. And I can tell you, when you put a family in front of a Miko and they play it, and you say, would you pay this $249? All day long, all day long, all day long. And so because the thing is that I could have done the system for $149. And it would.
And you announced it at that. And I'm going to hold you to task on that a little bit later.
And we'll get into that. I could have done the machine for $149. And it would have had one controller, and it wouldn't have had a capacitive touch screen. It would have had a resistive touch screen, and it wouldn't have polycarbonate, which you can break, throw, smash, all day long, and it's not going to scratch, and it's still going to work. Let me turn it on and watch. It'll be all screwed up. Hey, screw that. It's that Elon Musk moment when he busts the but no, you'll see, so you can beat the hell out of this thing, polycarbonate, right? So I could have done a system at 149, and it would have been plastic instead of polycarbonate, and it would have been resistive touch, so it wouldn't have been as bright, and it would have had 32 points of articulation here instead of 64, and it might not have had force feedback, and maybe a cheap speaker, and it wouldn't have had RFID, and it wouldn't have come with 6 games. It would have came with no games, like every other system on the planet, except sometimes, you get 1 game with it when they do a special at Costco or an exclusive at Walmart or whatever, right? So yeah, I could have done that, but again, we don't just make stuff up. We sat down with Walmart. We sat down with Koch Media, the biggest provider, electronics distributor in Europe. We sat down with the GameStops, and they said, Tommy, you know what people want the most? Because they know their customers more than anyone. And they say, and they come in all the time to Walmart and they'll go into GameStop. Where are most GameStops located, by the way? They're located in malls. And who shops between the hours of 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon in those malls? Moms with young kids, right? And typically a mom with young kid will go by GameStop and go, because when they think of hardcore games, they think that's the thing that my husband plays at night and takes my husband away from me. Like a lot of wives have a negative reaction towards video games because of that, and they only hear the bad stuff that the mainstream media, there was a mass shooting, it's Activision's fault or whatever, it's all the bad stupid stuff, right? But when the moms with the 4-year-old do walk into Walmart during the day, do walk into EB Games in Canada or GameStop down here, and they say, do you have anything for my 4-year-old? What do you think they have to say? No.
Well, and one of the things you've talked about with like family wholesome games, I don't know, and you come across as the kind of person who may have heard of this. Have you ever heard of a streaming service called Yippee?
I haven't heard of Yippee, no.
Okay, so Yippee is and Matthew, I'm actually, this would be right up your, okay. So it's owned by NBC Universal. It's basically the streaming service that is now the home of VeggieTales. It also basically has all that same type of wholesome family content, everything that you'd rather have. It's what Sesame Street was when we were growing up versus having agendas driven down people's throats. The reason why I ask this is it's one of those things where, my daughter knows the song of the Sabu from the VeggieTales and Pa Grape and all these other characters. And it's wholesome, it's fun, it's silly. Has anyone, and since you haven't heard of Yippee, I would guess probably not, but anyone from Big Idea or anyone along those lines gotten a hold of you? You've mentioned Sesame Street. We know those are coming, but on the PlayStation 2, I think is about, and I know that Linda is in here and she talked about this recently, that there was a VeggieTales game on the PS2, but something like that with wholesome characters for the younger kids.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. I mean, we have Sesame Street, we have Care Bears as well. And we have a bunch of stuff that we haven't announced yet that is AAA all the way. And so we're going to be making some announcements over the summer with some very biggest of the big, if you can imagine, that we're going to be talking about a little later. But yes, so to break it down, we have 5 different categories that we're focused on. And let's think of each of them as 20% of our launch library. Okay. The 5 categories are this: 1, is edutainment. So 20% of the games, and we have 50 games in development now. And I saw a question earlier where somebody asked, how many developers do you have? We have about 60 developers signed up right now, and 50 are actively working on games. We have 50 games in production now. We're gonna do 35 on launch. We're trying to do 35. It might be 30. It might be 25. Whatever. I don't want to give an exact number, but we're shooting for 30 to 35,
and worldwide, not just based in the U.S. These are developers. Developers are around the world, not just in the U.S.
We got developers in Australia. We have 5 or 6 in Germany. We have there's people in Poland. There's people in Italy. There's people in the UK, a bunch of people, including the Bitmap brothers, the guys who started that. We have 3 developers in the UK. So yeah, they're all over the place, all over the United States. We got people in Colorado. We got people in Philadelphia. We got people, a lot in California, Texas. We have developers, Florida, New York. So yeah, so tons of stuff. Ontario,
Now, on the developers, if I can ask this real quick, I did see on your website that people who were interested in becoming a developer can reach out to you at developers@intellivisionentertainment.com for more information. But I was wondering, like, what sort of dev kits are you going to give to developers, or is there going to be something who wants to do homebrew or indie game sort of stuff?
So the homebrew and indie game thing, again, we curate everything. So it's not like Steam where you can just upload it and it's there or whatever. The only way Amico games get on Amico is if we pay for them and we publish them. That's it, because that's how we take care of curating. And to your question before, which was, how do you keep the crapware and shovelware off, which was a big problem with the Wii, right? And so that's sorry, what was your question again? I was thinking ahead.
Yes. So basically, I was curious if there was someone who wanted to become a developer.
Okay. Sorry.
What sort of process would it be, right, and what sort of homebrew sort of indie stuff?
Reach out to us and we will finance your dream.
Okay.
And that's pretty damn cool. And we'll give you all of the best resources. Do you want the art directors from Earthworm Jim to help you and art direct your game? That's what we provide you. Do you want this Yahoo egotistical douche named Tommy Tallarico, who's won a bunch of audio awards? Do you want him to help you out with your audio? You get him too. Do you want?
I'm glad you clarified that, because I was feeling a little self-conscious there for a second.
Do you want the people who made the hardware to actually help you optimize your code? We'll give you that as well. So we form a true partnership with all these people, and all of our developers absolutely love us. And now let me tell you something else. And again, you start to realize how different our ecosystem is. When you think about developing games, whether it's for the Switch, the PlayStation, the Xbox, you have to get a dev kit.
Mm-hmm.
Dev kits are expensive, especially for independent developers. Thousands of dollars. Sometimes if you have a team of people, tens of thousands of dollars, right? Do you know how much the Amico dev kit is?
Is it $249?
$0. We give our developers the dev kit. And then what we do is we promote the heck out of them. We spend marketing on their games. We spend the PR, our PR team, who's been in the game industry for 30, 40 years, who knows every single magazine, this and that, blah, 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 blah. Does it just run through Unity? Nope. We have games that are being done in Game Maker. I'd say 90% of the companies are using Unity, but we have certain companies that are using their own proprietary engines. And so we give them all of the open source, and we give them the firmware, and we say, folks, have at it, right? Let me see, Retro Rick. Oh man, he's sporting a Virtual Boy. The way to go, Retro Rick. He don't give a shit. He's
mine's sitting back there.
Screw this, man. I'm doing my and Retro Rick. Now, tell me if I get points for this and if I'm right. Tell me in this. But is your avatar, the background, is that from Toe Jam and Earl? I'm just curious.
Or
Because if I
Saved
could
by the
pick that
Bell.
up, I'm pretty hardcore. Okay, so he says, this is a question I have is music. I like the music that I've heard so far on games. Thank you. Moody Synth 80s feel. But my question is, it doesn't fit a family system to me. Well, so that's a great question. So let me give you a great answer. So the games that you're hearing, those 80 synth grinding tracks, right? You're talking about Night Stalker right now, right? You're talking about some of our advertising, and that's not advertising because we're not spending money, but the trailers that we're putting out has more like hardcore retro synthwave music, right? The reason for that is that those games, Night Stalker, because I'm gonna quickly go over my 5 categories really quick, so that because it'll help to answer your question. 20% is edutainment. 20% is board games, dice games, card games, hyper casual word games. That's 20%. Another 20% is sports and recreation. So not just the Major League Baseball license, which we have, not just hockey, football, soccer, but recreational sports, skiing, cornhole, shuffleboard, darts, pool, recreational. That's 20%. And then we have original IPs that we're doing, which are games that nobody's ever seen or heard before ever, which is all being completely designed around this unique controller. And then the 5th category is retro reimagined. So I went out and I got every single major license from even Atari, and all of the games that we do are exclusive for our system. And we'll go into what we consider to be the word exclusive and what it means. And so retro reimagined. So I went to Atari and I got Missile Command and Adventure and Yar's Revenge and Warlords and Tempest and Breakout and Pong and et cetera, all the best Atari games. And those versions that we are creating from scratch and adding multiplayer and adding very simple instructions, those will only be able to be played on Intellivision Amico. Okay.
I'm glad that you brought that up because that dumps me right into my next question for you. So I've heard you say,
just let me finish the one thing for his question. So hold that for a second, because I do want, because it's a great question that he asked. And so what we're focusing on now in regards to the things that we're putting out over the last 2 years, the only people who are watching us and paying attention, because we've spent zero money on advertising or marketing and all that, we're just putting out stuff and build, just whoever's watching us. Well, who's watching us? The retro folks, right? So all of our trailers and everything that we've put out are just catering to those retro folks. And that music is to those retro folks. When we start our family friendly senior, when we start that advertising, it's going to be completely different from what you're seeing now in regards to the types of trailers and the types of games we'll be showing. So that's a great question. Go ahead though. What's the next one for me?
Well, the next question I had, and I've heard you say it before, and this is one of those I'm asking with all due respect.
Please.
So
we're here for. You are very respectful.
You have mentioned only on Amico.
Yes.
And there's another person that I've heard quite often say only on PlayStation. Jack Trammell loved using this is only available on PlayStation.
Okay.
I see that I'm in marketing. It's what I do. I'm a digital marketing guy, my day in, day out job.
Yes.
How realistic is this that it can only be played on Amico? Because as you've already said, this isn't going to be the most powerful hardware out there.
Correct.
And there are other systems that use motion controls and touch screens and things like that. So is the only on Amico more of an exclusivity thing, or do you truly believe that this type of game, generic game X, can only be played on Amico?
Correct. And so the majority of the games that we're making can only be played on Amico because they are being designed around this, right? And so I'll give you a couple of examples, Gary. So we have this game called Bomb Squad, right? And Bomb Squad, we just put out a little teaser trailer last week. And Bomb Squad, what it is no matter, up, one player up to 8 players, right? But what you do is everybody has a controller with a screen, or you can hook up your mobile device. And again, gyroscope, accelerometer, speaker, microphone, disc, LED lights on the buttons around the disc, LED lights on the machine, capacitive touchscreen, gyroscope, accelerometer. Think of Bomb Squad as a cross between Twister meets an escape room meets Space Team, if you've ever played that on mobile. So my controller lights up red and it says, tell the green controller to press the orange button. What? Green, orange? Oh, wait, okay. Hey, orange, press the green. No, sorry, green, press the orange button. And then the button will be lit up on somewhere and it'll be orange. And then once he or she does that, then it triggers something on his screen that says, describe what this picture is to the person with the blue controller. Oh, and then the blue controller. And I kind of got this thing. It looks like a pineapple, but it's upside down with a lampshade over it thing. And they have 4 different images on their thing, and they're trying to figure out what he's saying or what they're describing, because he's got to push that. And then when he does that, it says, okay, everybody press the green button to clip the green wire on the count of 3. Everybody has to press it at the same time, and everybody's button is different green. And maybe the disc is green for some people. Maybe the screen is green for some people. Everybody, it's different. It's never the same thing. Okay, everybody, on the count of 3, everybody hit green. Wait, are we doing 3, 2, 1, go, or 3, 2, 1 and press? Okay, 3, 2, 1, green. And everybody has to hit at the same time, and boom, you snip the thing. All while this bomb is counting down, right? Now, what I just explained to you there cannot be played on Nintendo Switch, Sony PlayStation, Microsoft Xbox, right? And so I'll give you another example. Our dice games, right? And we come with Farkle as one of the pack-in games, a very popular game around the world. Our dice games, what happens is, and again, you can play up to 8 people or whatever, and you get dice on your controller, you see it, and you sit there and you shake it. You actually sit there and shake the dice, and the controller is vibrating when it hits the sides or the phone, and you can hear the clicks, click, 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 click. You actually have like living, breathing dice and thing. And then when it's your turn, the lid opens up. Tommy's turn, boom, my color red flashes if I'm the red guy. The machine flashes red, so I know it's my turn. Because how many times have you played games with non-gamers and they say, they're like, and grandma's like, Grandma, it's your turn. Huh? What? It's like, it's so frustrating sometimes. It's your turn, go. With Amico, the machine lights up, your controller lights up your color, grandma go on the screen, the thing vibrates. Oh, it's my turn. I get it. Okay, it's shaking. Her lid opens up, she shakes, and she goes like this, and she throws the dice, and it leaves the screen, and it gets thrown up on the screen there. You can't do that on Switch. You can't do that on Xbox. You can't do it on PC. You can't do it on, PlayStation. I'll give you another example. The game Telestrations. Telestrations is an award-winning board game by a company called USAopoly. And the game of Telestrations, what it does, I'm going to explain the board game really quick first. Everybody gets a pad, and you get a marker, and you pick a word, and it says giraffe, and this person picks a word, and it says kitchen sink, and that person picks a word, and it says fire truck. And then you have 30 seconds or 60 seconds, you can control the time, and you have to draw that. Okay, everybody go. And everybody's drawn their word. Boom, time's up. You then have to move. You have to take your pad and hand it to the person to your right. And everybody's pad goes around. And now you get this person's pad. And then you look at their picture and you have to guess what they drew. So you flip the thing over and you write down, I think that's a cupboard. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell they're, whatever. I think this is a dog. And you write dog and you have 30 seconds. And then you pass that. Everybody passes it. And then the next person gets the word dog and they have to draw a dog. And so remember that game Telephone where you'd tell somebody and then it went all the way down the line. And by the time it got to the end, it was something different. Well, what happens in this game is when you get your thing back and you see this picture and it's like, wait, my word was giraffe. Why is there an elephant on here? And then everybody gathers around that person. And the fun of it is when, look, my word was dog or giraffe. And this is my giraffe. And the person goes, oh, that was a giraffe? I thought that was a whatever, a dog. And then you see how it ended up becoming an elephant. And it's freaking hilarious. Great award-winning game. There's never been a video game made until now, exclusively, and I'm going to use that word, on Intellivision Amico. Only on Intellivision Amico. You know what we do? Check this out. It's your turn. The word just pops up randomly. So there's no cards. You just get a word. And then 30 seconds on the screen, you can see it counting down and your controller's counting down and you get to draw right on the screen. And then when the time's up, it just moves that picture over to the next player and it shifts it all over. You don't have to pass your controller. You don't have to pass the pad. Boom, it shifts. And then you see the thing and you play it. And then when the game is done, instead of, hey, everybody, come around here and let me flip my pages, which is what the board game does. No, what happens? You get to reveal it on screen, one picture and word at a time, and everybody laughs and this and that.
And that works even with the Android and iOS versions of the controller?
Yes, Android and iOS. Absolutely. Yep.
And I want to circle back to something you were mentioning earlier. I remember in one of the press, or not press briefs, one of the YouTube videos you released, you talked about how there may eventually come some co-op play over the internet. But today it sounds like more like you're kind of shying away from that. Do y'all have plans to eventually bring internet co-op play back in, or is it just?
I'm so glad you guys are so great. Seriously, I'm being serious when I say that. I'm not trying to kiss ass. I don't have to kiss your ass. You don't have to kiss my ass. We're
well, I mean, Matthew does have to kiss mine. There is that. So I mean,
oh, okay. Well,
let's be honest.
Okay. Fair enough. If he wants to be on the show next week, I got you. But I got to say, you guys are asking so many great questions because of, there's a lot of misinformation out there. A lot of people will take what I say. I'm sure they'll take snippets of this interview and turn it into something that we all know it wasn't, right? That's just going to happen. Fair enough, whatever. We're used to it now. Hold on one second.
Yep. Good idea right there.
Okay. Drink. Yeah, we do have a rule here.
So here's the thing.
Much have a rule. Yeah. Anytime you say, here's the thing, you got to drink. So looks like you've got water. Matthew's got tea and I'm drinking Sprecher Cherry Cola.
There you go. I'm sitting with water. So now let me see. Your question was about the
internet online co-op versus local co-op.
Right. So this is what I've said in the past, and I'll say it here. So we have online leaderboards, which are really, really cool. And I'll explain, I can get into, I can get into that and why they're so different than any other leaderboard ever. Retro Nintendo. Yes, there is a non-founders edition Amico in vintage wood grain. You can pre-order it right now. Go to Intellivision.com and you'll see a pre-order thing in the top right corner. Pick your country if you're in the United States, and then you can order it directly from us. And it's $100 completely refundable, 100% refundable at any time deposit. So if you get it today and you need the money next week and change your mind, we'll give it right back to you within 24 hours. Anyway, so keeping the family thing in mind, and Gary brought it up, the toxicity of online gaming. And keep in mind, our big thing from the beginning is always the two things. Remember what I said, trust and value. I don't want, and what does online gaming do? Again, our whole thing is we want people to be in a room together and play. The last thing I want is little Johnny to open the thing on Christmas, take it in his room and shut the door. Because that's what parents are dealing with now with all these systems, right? And so not having that ability to go online and shut people out, awesome. Thank you, Retro. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. And look at those NESs. That's an epic freaking epic icon. Avatar. So what I'm saying to everyone here, and what I've been saying for the last couple of years, my brother lives in North Carolina. I'm in California. I'd love nothing more than play my own brother in baseball or hockey or, the games we play growing up. So what we would consider is, if people want it, if an overwhelming amount of people, once you put it out, keep in mind that when Xbox first came out, it didn't have Xbox Live. That was a year later. When Nintendo comes out with a lot of their machines, they don't do the online component. And if those billion-dollar companies don't launch with it right away every time, how's the small, little, Samson versus Goliath here? How are we going to do that? So we're okay to walk before we run. We need to do the system and the initial games. We need to do that great. Then if people are demanding, I really want to play my brother in North Carolina. See, the thing you have to remember, being from the game development community, I'm about to throw down some truths for folks. When you make online games, you double the budget and you double the time it takes to make them. And the price has to go way up, because now you're always having to pay for a server. So within our ecosystem of $9.99 or less, or again, let's creep up to $12 eventually, 14 maybe, whatever. But to stay in that price range, in order for us to make online games, it would take us a couple years. Our budgets would double. We now have to set up servers like through AWS, Amazon, and you'd have to pay for every byte that goes through there, right? And then you lose that online thing. But I said the way I would do it, you'd have to do it this way. If people demand it, we would have to set it up like this. You have to pay a monthly fee, which I'd prefer not to do for anyone, but you have to do it. You have to charge people
like
to do it.
Xbox Live does, and
everybody does, because of
Minecraft
the server.
Realms does.
And they're not doing it to gouge people. They're doing it to make a profit, but they also have to pay for that server space, right? And then you also, so the budgets, so you have to charge more for the game. So $9.99 becomes $20 out of the gate. Minimum $20 for a game. Plus you have to pay a fee. But the way we do that, if people really want that, we'll do it. But we're not going to have strangers on the internet. The only way is it would be like a friends, like a Facebook kind of deal, where I put in my code for my brother and me and my brother can connect and this and that. Now,
that was exactly going to be one of my follow-up questions there. I was curious how you were going to handle the increased risk that we were talking about earlier, but right. There you go. A friend code. Okay.
That goes away. And the other thing, though, the exciting news, guys, is that what you can do now, though, is you can create friends leaderboards. So that's
Oh.
cool. So me and my brother and can compete. We can form our own leaderboard and connect that way, which is kind of fun. So we can't play at the same time, but the leaderboards can. And
So with the leaderboard system, with the leaderboard system, does that mean you'll kind of have some proto friend codes going on from the get go, where I can put in my ID and he can put in his ID or her ID or whatever?
So let me preface this, because again, I got to be really careful, because I'm always open and transparent about everything. I hope you guys would admit that, or
you've been very fair with answering direct questions with direct answers.
Thank you. And so and again, I want to preface a lot of this because people will take it out of context and they twist my words, and then 6 months later, oh, he said this, he's a liar. No, things change, so what I would tell you, Matthew, is that is our goal. That is what we're trying to do for launch right now, right? That is our goal. We're working on it. But if it's not 100% correct, it might take 6 more months after that, or 3 more months after we launch.
Sure.
We have to get the hardware and the games first. Leaderboards out of the gate on day one. We're going for it. We're full force, pedal to the metal. But if we don't make it, then we don't make it, and we're going to hold it, and we'll do it a month later or 2 months later or whatever. So I need to preface this, because I don't want to say, yes, it's definitely going to be there on day one, and then it comes out a month later, and then people call me a liar. So I don't want that to happen. So again, being as honest and transparent as I can.
And you're in a safe place here. We understand that everything these are your intentions now. We're not going to be like, oh my goodness, Tommy said it was going to be this, and how dare he change his mind because he's still 8 months out in development. I mean, come on. No,
you won't, but certain YouTubers will.
I will. I'll hold your feet to the flames, and fairly. So we've kind of talked about the ecosystem and the overall grand picture. Let's get a little bit more granular here, and I want to kind of focus on the hardware a little bit. So the Intellivision name, I mean, the first thing you think of is wood grain, phone number, dial pad on the controllers, 1978, sports talk games and whatnot. As such, HDMI was not even a glimmer in people's eyes. Have you given any consideration to doing any kind of an adapter so that those who want to play on a CRT TV can do an HDMI to composite or component, or hell, even RF?
Not really, because the games are 16:9, so it wouldn't but you'll notice though that some of our old school games, like we did a Breakout. Go check out our Breakout.
I've seen it, and the unique thing about your update to Breakout
looks like a CRT, right?
Well, not only that, but it also, you guys changed the gameplay where instead of going up and down, it's side to side now.
Yeah, it's more of like almost a shooter too, and it works
right.
for 2 players, and so we can kind of create that CRT look without having to do adapters and this and that. Can I bring something up though, because I noticed in the chat.
Absolutely.
Because I'd love to, we'll talk to the chat. Hey, John Riggs said
just turn the TV sideways.
Yeah. If you got a problem with Breakout being like that, either get a pillow on the couch or just turn your TV sideways. I love it.
And John actually has some great videos on like wireless displays or portable displays. So you could just easily rotate that thing.
I have my Lee Powell monitor sitting right here that I've also reviewed. Thank you very much.
That's true. And of course, Gary at Rock Solid Productions has some good videos too.
So
what we're going to do? We're going to fix this problem here real quick. And we're just going to,
going to
click that button. See, I fixed the glitch.
Where'd it go? Oh,
I guess I deserve that a little.
But I'd like to answer something in the chat
Go
if
for
I
it.
could, because I think it's very important. Because there's a lot of seems to be right now a lot of drama around Amico, and there's a guy in here. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Jahudi's channel, Jahudi. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but he says in here. He says, opinions aren't drama. And this needs to be clarified. And I think here's where the folks who dislike people who like Amico, and are, this is where I think they get some of the stuff wrong. So if I may for a sec here, none of us who like Amico or me myself, not a single one of us have you ever heard say that if you don't like Amico, you're a hater or you can't have that opinion. Never have any of those words. When we talk about obsessed hater, elitist, gatekeeping trolls, the people that I'm talking about, and there's a handful of them, right? The people who are talking about, it's not that they have a different of opinion. When we refer to those people, we're referring to people who stalk us 24 hours a day, who purposely put out misinformation and lie on purpose, who dox our employees and our investors, who harass our developers, who make fun of my race, my skin color, who make fun of my age, who make fun of my height, who call my wife a whore, who make fun of my deceased sister. Those are the people who I say I give no respect to. Those are the people who I call haters. Those are the people. So let's not mistake people who don't like Amico, people who have a difference of opinion about what we're doing and who don't like what we're doing. I have no problem with those people. I'm not a nut job. I'm not sitting here saying, I'm going to create a system that everybody in the world. Look, friends, I've been a musician my entire life. And when you're a musician and you put your music out into the world, something that you've poured your heart and your soul into, your soul, right? You've bared your soul. And when you put that out into the world and people, this song sucks, like you build a thick skin real quick. And when you're on a TV show for 12 years, bearing your humor and your soul and giving your thoughts about what you think of certain video games and giving your opinion, and people, you're an idiot because I gave that game an 8 and you only gave it a 6. You're a loser. Ba 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 ba. You build a thick skin. So if people want to sit here and say, Tommy, I don't think your system's going to sell. Okay, that's fine. So don't mix up. When we call out certain haters, I'm calling out the people who promote racism on their websites, who are racist against me, who think it's funny to make fun of my dead sister, who harass my wife on social media, who write nasty letters to our employees. Those are the people I'm talking about. So I'm sorry I kind of went off on a tangent there, but I saw Jehudi's channel say that, and here he goes, and his follow up to my nice comment, respectful comment, and he says he is lashing out at me because I said opinions aren't drama. Look, my friend.
I think he was confused because he was referring to a different guy. He wasn't talking
completely
about
separate. I've been keeping an eye on his chat, Tommy. He's been respectfully questioning and critical, I would say. But I would say, and I know where you're going with this. But I just want to say to Jehudi, I'm not lashing out at you. Okay, good.
You brought up a great point. Okay. A point is, hey, opinions are different than haters or drama. And I'm agreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. I didn't want to make that clear because I don't want you to think I was attacking you. I was just using your excellent comment to clarify my position. So I hope that I hope that people, now so now people are saying I'm triggered and this and that. It's
not at all. I wouldn't swear. I do appreciate. I think that clarification definitely helps.
Folks, right? You can't win.
Yeah, and I do have a question about hardware, but you mentioned your music stuff, and I want to ask you this at the beginning, and I forgot to ask, what has been your favorite game to compose music for?
Ooh. There's two of them, and for two different reasons. Earthworm Jim. I know Gary's going to like to hear that answer. Look at all those Earthworm Jim. How many copies of Earthworm Jim do you got?
Oh, he loves Earthworm Jim.
Well, I've got the figure here too. Here's the thing, Drink, is I actually bought this copy 3 years ago today. This is the PAL version I bought in Lübeck, Germany when I was there for work.
I have a PAL version too. The box is cool though. Do you have the box for it?
I don't. I went to a store called
the box is way cooler and different. Have you ever seen it?
I haven't, but you know what game I have seen the box to? Hang on.
Yeah.
Is of course that one.
Okay, you got to rub it in my face. I get it. I see.
Yes, I am. I'm an ass.
Because don't make me go to because I have every game I've ever worked on, 350 games in shrink wrap over here. So don't make me go to my thing and pull out a shrink wrapped version of Color a Dinosaur on the NES, because I'll do it.
Gosh,
and I wanted to bring it out, and I didn't tonight because it's actually packed away right now.
$1,600.
I think if he's still here, Vorange, aka Jason, I think is the one who sent me an Earthworm Jim lunchbox just to add to the collection. So
it was funny when we got back together to start designing Earthworm Jim 4, the original team. I got one of those lunch boxes. It says great. It's that Mike Kelsch thing on the front with the green kind of background, and it's like a black lunchbox. And I got everybody to sign it in silver pen, the whole team, and it's sitting in my office at Intellivision. That's a good one.
So that was your first one, Earthworm Jim. What was your second?
Jim's my favorite because it was like a brotherhood. It was 10 friends trying to make each other laugh, And let me tell you, Gary, I'll give you a little, because you're such a Earthworm Jim fan. I'll tell you how we designed that game, and Jim 1 and Jim 2, because we had nothing to do with 3, and
nobody did.
And how we're approaching 4 with Amico and why it's so unique. When we were doing Earthworm Jim, the team, by the way, most of the team, original Earthworm Jim team, work for Intellivision now. Okay, like full-time employees or contracted employees. So the first game we all worked on together was a game called Global Gladiators on the Sega Genesis. Came out in 1991, I believe. That game, the first time we worked on it, 10 of us, it won Game of the Year, it won Best Graphics of the Year, and it won Best Audio of the Year. Out of the gate, our first game with that team wins every award. The second game we worked on after that was Cool Spot on the Sega Genesis.
Oh, I had the NES version.
Won Game of the Year, it won Graphics of the Year, and it won Audio of the Year. And now when I say these, there was a bunch of different magazines. There's like 7, 8, 10 magazines out there. And so we'd win one category in one magazine, or Sega would have their own awards and we'd win an award from Sega. Like I have audio awards from Sega. I have audio awards from Electronic Games Magazine, Computer Games and Video Games and Entertainment. What was that one called? Gosh, I forget that magazine with the blue guy, the muscle guy with the TV for his head. Game Fan, I think it was called. Anyway, the third game the team worked on was Disney's Aladdin on the Sega
I got
Genesis.
a question about that one.
Okay.
It
won Game of the Year, Audio of the Year, Best and Graphics of the Year. But go ahead. Yes.
So here's the question. Aladdin, it came out on like at least 3 different systems several different systems made by Nintendo. 3 different companies. Yep. And people disagree what the authoritative version of Aladdin is. As someone who worked on Aladdin, what's the best one?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm going to say the Sega Genesis version because I worked on it. But if you look at all of those people who compare it, the Sega Genesis version does win hands down every time. The only people who vote for the Super Nintendo version was the people who originally bought and played the Super Nintendo version. So I get it. It's the one they played. Of course, they like it. But yeah, I think everyone would agree because we had the hand-drawn Disney animation. So our gym team went to Disney in Florida where they were making the movie, and they were there drawing with the actual Disney animators who were working on the film. The Capcom version was just pixels. All the other ones are pixels. So that was the third game. The fourth game was Earthworm Jim 1. There it is. Oh, ouch.
We don't talk about this one.
Ugly.
We don't talk about this one.
Even the cart's ugly. And so then the fourth game we did together in our fourth year together, we did Earthworm Jim, won best game of the year, best music of the year, best audio of the year, graphics. And then we did Earthworm Jim 2. Best music of the year, best audio of the year, best graphics of the year, best game of the year. What I'm saying is that 5 years in a row, the same 10 people who had never worked together before, 5 years in a row, 5 games, 10 people, best game of the year, best audio of the year, best graphics of the year. I don't think that has ever been done in the history of video games ever. But then we all went our separate ways. And here we are 25 years later. And people are like, oh, Earthworm Jim 4 is going to suck. Oh, really? So do you think that the 10 people who hit it out of the park 1,000%, and what we're doing though is we're creating the new game around this. And this is what I wanted to tell you, Gary, which I think you might find interesting, being such a fan of the franchise. We never had a game design for Earthworm Jim 1 and 2. There wasn't a single game design on paper. You know what it was? It was 10 brothers and 1 sister in a room together trying to make each other laugh.
I've seen you say that before. And yeah, I love that.
And so when people say, when they say Earthworm Jim, oh, is it going to be a platform game on Earthworm Jim 4? I say no, because neither was Earthworm Jim 1 and 2. Oh, yes, it was. But no, it had platform levels. But when you're riding a hamster or snot bungee jumping or in a bubble or, bouncing puppies around or whatever, or riding a rocket through space, those aren't platform levels. Half the game wasn't a platformer, right? But it's categorized as a platformer. Okay, fair enough. So, but what we would do, a perfect example, Gary, would be we'd sit in a room and we'd say, hey, wouldn't it be funny if there was you had a chicken and you launched a chicken, maybe it was out of a cannon or something, and you launched this chicken at the very beginning of the game. The first thing you did, you launched a chicken and it had a funny sound, and every level you would see this chicken just going through the air and his feathers are flapping and everything. And we're like, we're like, that's funny. And then somebody else says, wait, I got it. Wait, what if it's a cow? Because cows are just as funny. And I go, oh my God, yeah, the cow sound moo, just as funny as and I'm like, okay, this we can work because cows are heavier. And if you saw, because chickens can kind of fly through the air, but a cow definitely can't. So what if you just saw this cow floating around and this and that, and we're laughing, going, this is so funny. Okay, but do you really want to shoot? Do you really want to shoot a
Thomas
cow out
Potts,
of a
you need to
cannon?
clip that.
That kind of doesn't make sense. And we're like, well, I know it's funny. A teeter-totter, like seesaws. Like in the Warner Brothers cartoons, when you put the weight down, boom, and the thing goes blah, and it goes up. That's funny. Okay, let's launch the guy cow from a teeter-totter. Okay, this is funny. But everybody does the weight. Like, why would there be a weight there? We're like, and that's like ripping off Roadrunner. We don't want to do that. What else is funny? Well, wait. What if it was an old refrigerator? Like a refrigerator? Like, why would there be a refrigerator hanging from a pole, and you shoot that or you whip it, and then that would, oh, that's hilarious. Okay, an old refrigerator. But why would there be a refrigerator? Wait, we're in a junkyard. Oh, and that's how you get the first level of Earthworm Jim, right? It starts with the joke, and we design around the joke. Now, we were limited with an 8-directional D-pad and 3 buttons, and we made the most of it. Again, we made all these crazy levels and this and that, but half of the jokes that we wanted to do, we couldn't do because of the controller. Imagine having this controller. Imagine the fun and the jokes that we can do when you have a touch screen, lights, disc, buttons, microphone, speaker, force feedback. We're screwing with everybody. It's going to be the most unique, funny, hilarious. You can count on one hand how many games will make you laugh, right?
And that is a perfect segue, by the way, talking about your controller right there.
Yeah.
Because we did have some questions about the controller. Like you're just going through all the things that it's a ton of features.
Yeah.
Why did y'all decide to pack so many features into the controller? Like, it's practically a cell phone.
Well, it is, right? And because when I sat down, and again, I split out those 5 categories, right? Because I think those 5 categories are somewhat underserved in home console markets. Meaning, there you go. Yes, David, I'm going to order that up just for you. But
can I just say, I love the community.
Watch it come out and not have that, and everyone's like, "Oh, Tommy promised on this
Tommy
one guy's
lied."
screen."
You watch. It'll happen. But when I looked at all the things, like I said, you know what? Like the Wii was super popular because of motion control, but there's not a lot of motion control recreation games out there anymore, right? There's not a lot that that utilize that. So I need a gyroscope and an accelerometer. Okay, boom. Then I say, well, look, I want to play board games and dice games and card games. Well, I want a screen for that so that we can hide it. Okay, boom. Well, I love the disc because it's so easy and people can they understand it right away. It's not like a dual analog stick that's always kind of pushing back to center on a spring. This, you want to go down.
It's not a Jaguar controller.
What's that?
It's not a Jaguar controller.
There you go. Right. And so this is very easy. Whatever direction I go, I just go that way. And then when I think about party games and funny things you can do, that's when I come up with this. We got to have and me being an audio guy, I got to have a speaker and a microphone. So it was kind of dictated, Matthew, by the things that the types of style of games that we want to do and that others couldn't do, right?
So it just kind of organically grew the more you thought about the system you're going for.
Yes.
Now,
it's a great question.
I've seen some different angles of it, and it looks like maybe on the bottom of this device, like as you're holding it up down underneath the circle area. So no, if you rotate it a little bit more, so it looks like there's an SD card slot on it at one point.
Oh, there was at one point, but we got rid of that. Yeah. So
okay.
This went through about 100 different sizes, iterations till we got it perfect. Tons of focus group testing. But yeah, this is a USB-C though, right? So again, it has wireless contact charging. So
is it Qi for the wireless standard?
No, that was one of the things that we changed as well. And there's a perfect example, because I know you want to get to, like the price and the difference and the things we said in the beginning. And so, when we designed it on paper, right? We only had paper at that point. And we're like, oh, we want to put the controllers back in the thing. Hey, let's do Qi charging, which is spelled QI for those out
Correct.
there, right? Let's do Qi charging because that's like super convenient. And then when you look at Qi charging, what you find out is it's more expensive, for the magnetics and everything to work.
It's inefficient.
What's that?
It's inefficient as the day is long.
The second thing is that it's inefficient. It's not reliable. So now, and it takes a long time.
Yep.
As opposed to doing it connected. So doing it contact, so you can see, just like your phone would be. And by the way, just for anyone wondering, this is just a 3D printout painted. It's a working console, and this is an old version. We don't have this stuff back here, but just because I don't want people to think this is a final, but it's a working one. So when you think about it, contact charging, it's cheaper, it's more efficient, and it's quicker. Why the hell wouldn't I do that, right? And so people can say, hey, look, he lied. He lied because he said it was going to be Qi charging, and now it's so even though it got better, people, and just like, what else I lied about in that first trailer or the first press release? I lied saying there was going to be 16 gig of memory. Well, now there's 32. Oh no, I lied. So my point being is that lying, the definition of lying is knowing something isn't true and saying something different, right? But if we have stuff on paper and that's what we're trying to reach our goal and that's what we think about, but then once we start to get into it, we realize, oh, there's a better way to do it. And it's going to be better for the product. Well, then we're going to do that. And that's not lying, because that's changing your mind to better the product. Right. So anyway, sorry for my little rant.
When it comes to, go on,
let me
Gary.
just hop in here real quick, Matthew. So when you say that you lied about wireless charging, going from Qi to just when I think wireless charging, as long as I physically don't have to connect another thing to charge a device, it's wireless. If you have something that it aligns and plugs in, for me, I am not plugging in a USB cable into anything else. It is charging in the housing. I look back to, I've been using wireless charging since 2009 on the Palm Pre. Don't hate the Palm Pre, was amazing, and WebOS is still a underrated operating system.
Right. So again,
it looks like there's just a single pin that connects and transfers basically the energy to the to the controller.
There's 3 pins. Yeah.
Three. Okay.
It's 3 pins. You see them there. 3. You see the copper in there.
Yeah.
So exactly. So let's get to that, because again, you'll always hear me refer to it as wireless contact charging, right? So because that's a because when I would just say wireless charging before, oh my God, you would have thought I killed somebody's dog, ran over their dog or something. You liar, wireless charging, and it has to touch something, so that means it's not wireless, and I would always respond and say, hey, let me ask you a question. Do you have a phone, like a home phone? Remember the home phones? A lot of people don't have home phones anymore. But those home phones, and you put the phone on the base to charge it, right? And then you picked up the phone when it rang and you walked all around the house with here. I have one right here. What are these called?
That would be a cordless phone.
Cordless.
Is this called a wireless phone? Wait, what are those 2 contact charging pins? So again, it's just, you know, people want to try to complain and put us down for any reason, blah, 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 blah. And there he goes. NES addict. Again,
I don't know why I'm
kudo
encouraging
points.
him.
No, he's the greatest right now. I mean, all your phone base are belong to us. This guy is on fire. I love him.
So back to the controller too. One of the things that it adds both versatility, but also in some ways, it also adds a layer of imprecision to it. I hate touchscreen controls. I don't play, like, I have DuckTales remastered for Android for my tablet, for my phone. I never play it because I hate touchscreen controls.
Right.
Is there going to be a way to play without having to touch? And I'm thinking, and I know it's incorrect to call it a platformer, but if I were to pick one of these up and buy Earthworm Jim 4, I don't want to have to rely on the touchscreen to hit buttons. I know there are shoulder buttons on the top if you hold it like an NES controller. You know, some of the other games that are out there, Finnegan Fox, is that what it's called?
Yep.
You know, do I have to rely on that touchscreen, or will there be other options for gameplay?
So it's a great question. So the answer is yes. That you know, again, you can use these buttons if you want to shoot in Astro Smash or whatever, or you can just set auto fire and you don't even have to hit any buttons at all. Keep in mind, Gary, all of our designs and all of our games are based around simplicity. So there are no Amico games that I can think of, and I might be wrong, so don't call me a liar when it comes out. But like most of our games only use one button or two buttons. And so what we do is we say, you know what? If the game only uses one button, then let every button be that one button. If you want to use the top, if you want to use the screen, if you want to use whatever, open them all up. Why just say, oh, you have to push this right shoulder button? Nah, everything you can touch, right? Moon Patrol is a perfect example, where in Moon Patrol, you have speed up, slow down, right? And again, keep in mind, for those of you who don't know, it's got a gyroscope. So any way you push the controller, it immediately adjusts to that. So if you're a lefty, or you like the old Genesis NES style and you want the disc here, you can do that. But if you want to do it like this, you can do that too, and everything automatically adjusts for you perfectly. Or if you're an old school Intellivision guy and want to play it like this, you can do that as well too. But for the games that have like Moon Patrol, where you jump and shoot, you can do that on the shoulder buttons if you want, or you can do it on the screen. But Gary, here's the big difference, because I know where you're going and I agree with you. Buttons on mobile screens suck. And the reason
this is my favorite controller because it just works.
Okay, now hold that up to the screen. Keep that held up, right? And hold it a little closer for me. And by the way, do you have an NES controller around?
Give me a second, I do. Somewhere here. I don't, but I got a Genesis.
Okay, Genesis, hold those two up. Okay, so now, wait, I got a better one. Put the Genesis one down and grab that Xbox one for me.
The one I threw?
Yeah, or any PlayStation one, whatever.
How about that one?
Okay, yeah, now, but hold the other one up too, the Super Nintendo. Okay, now, which one did you say you liked better for platforming?
I love this controller, and I have never liked an Xbox controller because, for me, I have never felt confident that I can play Xbox games without having to look at it to see what the hell am I hitting, when am I hitting it, and to make sure that I have the right control scheme at the right time.
Now, Gary, which one does this look more like?
Oh, it definitely looks more. It looks like an Intellivision controller.
Right, but the shape and the style. Right? It looks more like it looks more like the one you like better. Right?
I do get that. And I do see that. But the thing that's missing are the tactile. I'm a very tactile person.
So, exactly. Now, this is what I want to. So the answer is yes, you can use the buttons. But here's the other thing. And Gary, I could tell you this 1,000 times, but until you experience it for yourself, you know, it's just words to you. And I totally understand and respect and appreciate that. But let me give you my thoughts as to having played this, right? And you're going to say, well, idiot, you're biased, obviously. Yes, I am. But
I'd be disappointed if you weren't.
Right? Yeah. But what I can tell you is we do a lot of focus testing. We don't pay strangers to lie to us. That's a waste of our money. We want strangers to tell us what they think, right? And here's what we find. And I think here's what you'll end up finding. I agree, tactile is awesome. But what you end up realizing, because you can do both on this, what you end up figuring out is the reason it sucks on mobile is because you only have a little tiny button that they put in this.
And you are blocking the screen too. I mean, you're covering up what you're playing with your hand.
Right? And so that makes it stupid, right? But Gary, what if this entire surface, not a little circle and even a little button, even on the NES controller, right? But what if this entire thing was the button and you didn't have to look down at it? It was the whole thing.
That's fine.
And
but I'm thinking the
Gary.
traditional controller where you've got multiple buttons on one screen. That would be, especially when you don't have the feel between the buttons to feel your way as you're playing.
And there's not a single Amico game that needs that.
Okay.
The worst that there is split screen. So one half is jump and one half is fire. But let me, and you get used to it because there's so much space in it. And there is one exception that I'll tell you about in a second, which is baseball. But what I wanted to say is what we find in testing and what I find myself personally is that when you have a tactile button, it's the time it takes to push it down, right? And then the time it takes to spring back up, and those are milliseconds, right? And so when you're pushing down like that, I'm telling you, what's better, because it's instant, is when you touch the screen. It's you get more of an instant feedback. That's why I personally, when I have a choice, I personally like the screen. But wait, there's more, as the ShamWow guy says. We also have physical button attachments that you can put on the screen if you'd like. And we have that for because our controller app as well, you know? So it makes your controller, we have a disc and buttons that you can put on so you can turn your controller into a tactile thing as well. So there you go.
And that raises a great point, Tommy. What sort of accessories are y'all planning maybe at launch, near launch?
Yeah. Great question. I'll bring out a few here. I mean, so this is, we have a carrying bag, and this isn't, the color is blue. Actually, I have the real ones downstairs. This was a prototype, but the thing goes in here, and look, in the back, the controllers, you can put the Velcro, you can put the controllers right back in there, and so the whole thing, you carry it with you. We also have single controllers. Is this no, that's the old one. Where in the heck? Oh, here's again, these are old. They're the new ones are centered and the inside's blue and stuff. But we also have controller bags like that, and you can hook it on. So if you just want to bring your controller, because guys, one of the things we haven't talked about is that I can tell me what you guys think of this, Gary, Matt. I can take my controller, Gary, I can go over your house and I dock my controller onto your system, and guess what? We can now play all of the games that I own. We can download them on your system and play them on your machine for free. So as long as my controller is present, we can play all of my games. How cool is that? Come on.
And that's actually a question I had later on. I wanted to know if I could you know, because obviously once you fill up your game system, and I think the last video I saw from y'all, maybe about 40 to 60 games could fit on the internal storage of the device, and then you had the SD card slot in the back where you could, you know, do infinite more.
Yeah.
I was curious if you'd be able to take that around and be like, hey, this is my old Intellivision cartridge, this is my old NES cartridge, and play it on your friend's system, or if you'd have to transport your whole system, which I mean, you got a case for it, so at least that wouldn't have been too hard.
So the answer to that is we have 32 gigs of memory inside. Now you say, well, geez, that's not a lot. But you have to remember, our games are between,
small.
you know, 300 to a gig, right? So, so, and again, you get 6 free games plus our OS on 32 gig. So you can easily store, right out of the box, you can store about 40 games on Amico out of the box, 40 games. But we also have a micro SD slot in the back that you can expand whenever you want. So if you want to, you know, you can get a 64 gig, or I think 100, I think you can get like a 64 or 128 gig for like $15 now. Like it's crazy, right?
SD cards are like came down tremendously in price.
Yeah. So if you want to put a 128 in the back for $15, that'll now store another 300 games, right? So it's like, but what you can't do is you can't take that SD card out and bring it to somebody's house, because that's just piracy. You know, that'll open us up to piracy. Each controller is married to each Amico. And you asked about accessories. The other accessories, you'll be able to buy multiple controllers, different colors, purple, red, vintage wood grain, black, white. And the other accessories we have are physical media. We also have a bunch of stuff we haven't talked about yet, which is really cool. So yes, we have a bunch of accessories that you'll be able to pick up. But so the reason everything's married to each other is that when I take my controller to your house and I dock it, and if you're connected to the internet, boom, you know, it knows that Tommy's controller is in Matthew's system. What does Tommy own? He owns boom, 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 boom. Hey, Matt, have you played Moon Patrol yet? No, I haven't. I heard it's cool. Dude, check it out. Boom, we play it. Now, when I leave, because I need my controller to play on my system, when I leave, and if you liked that game, which I just showed you for free, what are you going to do?
I'm going to go buy it.
You're going to go buy it, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing that, you know, again, just like I said earlier, guys, we can't compete with the big three with logistics and marketing and technology and infrastructure and all that stuff. We can't compete with them with that. But we can compete with them with ideas. And that's one of the 100 ideas I've mentioned here tonight that makes us unique and different. And like I said 100 times, look, you don't have to like me. You don't have to like Amico. But you know what? Maybe root for us at least. You know, root for there to be something completely unique and different, because would we all agree that this new next generation of platforms, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but this generation, like this new generation, PlayStation 5, Xbox, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, and I'm not being biased at all. This is the least exciting new next generation platform launch I've ever seen in my lifetime. Would you agree with that, Gary?
It's the first console launch where you don't have any games for 6 months plus at launch that's exclusive. Everything that you could, and I was one of the lucky ones that I got a PS5 at launch. Again, I'm not interested in the Xbox ecosystem, so no worries there. But I mean, there is. That's why I scratch my head with people paying scalpers $800, $1,000, $1,500 when there's nothing unique to the platform to play. And one thing here too, what I keep hearing, and maybe this is a better way to describe it, is You're not trying to take the existing pie that's out there and carve your own slice. You're trying to grow the pie.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And look, the onus is on us.
Agreed.
To explain all of this stuff, and we'll probably have 30 seconds to do it, right? Because think of all the unique things that I just talked about here tonight. We're going on what, an hour and a half, and I'm still revealing stuff that you're like, wow, holy crap, that's cool, right? How do you do that in a single ad? How do you educate every single person at GameStop who's going to be selling these things to educate them on that, right? Like it's that's going to be a harder mountain to climb than actually creating it, right? Our messaging has to be perfect, and our go-to-market strategy needs to be, right on. But here's the good news. The good news is we don't have to succeed day one, sell 1 million units to survive. We're okay to walk before we run. And here's the important thing to know about the video game industry. As I'm sure you know, Gary and Matt, video game cycles go in 7-year cycles, right? There's 7 years, and then there's a new console. First of all, that's mostly based about technology. We're not about technology, really.
Except for the Wii U.
That was like a 2-year cycle.
Harsh, but true.
Hey, I love the Wii U.
Okay. He's going to go get his Wii U now. Here we go.
Oh gosh.
All right.
Well, while he's getting that, I wanted to get a clarification on being able to take it to a friend's house. You're talking about, is that like, so if it's on my SD card, can I bring it over and dock? Or are you saying like, all I have to do is put it on the console and then he can download and play it?
Your controller is the key. Yeah. Not the SD.
So I don't need the SD card. I don't need a physical copy of it. I just hook it in. The console downloads it, and we're good to go as long as my controller is there.
That's why we're selling these. Yeah, you put it in, you hook it up to your ear or your lip, and you just go your hunch and you shut you down.
Oh, it's a hunker there.
But the thing is, somebody's going to screen grab that tomorrow. So the thing is that 7-year cycles, the way it happens is they're a bell curve. Every single console for the last 30 years. So year 1, year 2, and then year 3 is when it shoots. Year 4 is when it shoots. Year 5, it starts to level off. And then year 6, year 7. Big U. Every console, upside down U. So for us guys, we just we can walk before we run. We can make mistakes with our messaging. We can, stumble out of the gate, figure it out. And I saw somebody in the chat mention this, say, hey, look, guys, you come out with good, fun games and the thing will sell itself. Absolutely 100% agree with that statement. And that's what our focus is. Our focus is not teraflops, gigaflops, sweat beating down the face, eye glossing, real-time tessellation, blah, blah, blah. You don't hear me talking about that stuff. What I'm talking about is fun and playing together and simplicity and fun. That's what we're about. And I just got to say one more time, Jehudi, where's Jehudi? Jehudi's feeling bad. He's still in shock, he says, because he thinks I called him out or whatever. Jehudi, come on now. Jehudi.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
I don't want him to be sore.
Well, so I want to transition a little bit to the reception in the industry, and I'm not just talking about as far as manufacturing developers, but the community as a whole. As I mentioned towards the top of this, and almost 3 hours ago now. Wow.
Really?
Kind of announced. Yeah, for 2.5 hours. Or as Life with Matthew would call it, the virtual pub is just starting to get humming. Make sure you check out Life with Matthew's channel. He does a virtual pub every Monday. If you like geek talk and whatnot, definitely check his channel out. But so the overall concept introduced. Vorange, thank you for the $10 super chat here. Cow launch moo moo. I know you just heard that in your head. Yes, I heard. By the way, if you don't, Tommy, if you don't do some kind of promotion with Chick-fil-A with their eat more chicken and the cows and everything,
with the cows,
I mean, it's a natural fit.
that would be a travesty if I didn't take advantage of that.
But thank you. Jason's also one of our terrific Patreons. So you are the best, my friend. Introduced Intellivision basically coming back in 2018 at Portland. I was there. It was great to see. Others have tried to do similar type of releases of older brands and consoles. I'm thinking Atari with their VCS, which I think we can all admit they mishandled terribly. I mean, you had people quitting right and left, things getting delayed, terrible, just bad. And then there's the Coleco Chameleon. And with the Coleco Chameleon, that was, I don't want to call it bait and switch, but it was something that there was something shady from the start. With those two doing what they did, and the VCS finally just started shipping.
Throw Ouya in there too. Why not?
Yeah. Well, but Ouya actually came out though.
Came out.
I mean, it may have been
came out.
Right, and Atari came out, but the Coleco Chameleon didn't. Do you feel in some ways, rightly or wrongly, you are bearing, I don't want to say a cross because that's overly dramatic, but you are having to make amends for, quite frankly, the fuck-ups of other people.
Yes, 100%. Deal with it every day. And by the way, I get it. That's okay. Again, the onus is on us to show people, to show stuff, to prove to people that they want to at least try out our machine. They don't even have to buy it, but at least are interested enough to try it out. That's on us. And, is it unfair that people want to try to, compare us to the Ouya or Atari or Coleco Chameleon? Is it unfair? Yeah. But so what? That's the way, life works, and I'm okay with it. And I understand people who want to do that. And, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not afraid of it because I know we have a great product. I know it's a super fun product, and I know, and I see it happen every week in the office. And before COVID hit, I'd sit in focus groups. I wouldn't sit in it. I'd be behind the glass. Cause again, you don't want people to sit there kissing.
You want the anonymity.
Yeah.
You want the real deal. If I went in and said, "Hey folks, let me tell you about the Intellivision Amico," like I'm doing here tonight, then people are going to be biased to that. They're going to be like, "Oh, wow, this guy's really passionate. And I really like his personality. I like the Amico because he seems so happy about it." That's not the way focus tests work. Focus tests are, they get me the hell out. I have to sit behind the glass, and they put duct tape over my mouth and tie my hands behind my back. Tallarico, you're not going out there. I know you want to say something, but because that's what you pay for, right? And so I'm so confident. And again, I don't want to come across as arrogant. There's a fine line between arrogance and confidence, right? And I'm a big believer in positive mental attitude. I'm a big believer in, it's called the art of attraction. If anyone has ever seen The Secret, it's a great documentary. You can get it for free on Netflix or YouTube. It's an hour long, folks. Just please do me a favor. Go, if you haven't seen The Secret, go watch The Secret. Implement those things in your life, and I guarantee you your life will change. I guarantee it. And you can call me a liar if it doesn't, because and so for me, when I set out to do something, whether it's video games live at the Hollywood Bowl for the first show ever, my whole life, people have said I'm crazy. There's no way you're going to be a failure. I did the very first video game soundtrack album, Capitol Records worldwide release. First time a video game album had ever been released worldwide on a major label. People said, no way, you'll never do it. Boom, I did it. It was super popular, won awards. People said, you know, me and Victor Lucas, we wanted to do a video game television show in the mid 90s. People are like, are you crazy? Wants to watch somebody talk about video games. Again, pre-Twitch, pre-YouTube, you know, oh, we were crazy. Tommy, you're stupid. You're going to fail. You're an idiot. Boom. Thing was on the air for 20 years. We're on the air for 20 years. We won Emmys. We won a Telly award-winning show. All of a sudden, we weren't so stupid and crazy. Then I start Video Games Live, and I say, you know what? I'm going to bring families out to the orchestra. I'm going to bring non-gamers to watch video game music, and I'm going to bring gamers to the symphony. And people said, are you nuts? Look, gamers don't go to a symphony, and people who do go to the symphony don't play video games. Your thing is stupid. Your idea's dumb. You're an idiot, and it'll never work. Well, 550 shows later, sold out shows around the world, and 3 Guinness World Records, including the biggest symphony show ever seen live, 752,000 people in Beijing, China. The longest running touring symphony show ever in the history of the world, right? So, all of a sudden I'm not so crazy. All of a sudden, you know, I'm an idiot and blah, blah, blah. All that goes away. So now I say, hey, I want to create a fun, easy system for families and non-gamers that they all can play. Oh my God, Tallarico, you're an idiot. You're stupid. You're going to fail. You're a moron. And what the haters don't realize, and this is the funniest part, and don't tell them I said this, but what they don't realize is that when people tell me I'm stupid, I'm an idiot, I'm going to fail this and that, what they don't realize is that is the fuel that I need.
I am the same way. The easiest way for me to get something done is for someone to say, you can't do it.
Right? Right?
Brings out that stubbornness in us all.
I will do it just to piss you off.
Right?
Oh yeah.
And so exactly. And so that's the funny thing is that, and by the way, you want to know the great thing is, you want to hear a great thing? We have haters, because you know what that means? That means we're going to be successful. That means people are thinking about us every day. That means we're interesting to them. You can't have the worst thing. The worst thing would be if no one cared because we were boring, right?
Well, and a good analogy there, NASCAR fan, have been for years. I loved Dale Earnhardt. He was my driver forever and a day.
The best.
And at one point, Darrell Waltrip came up to him and said, Dale, doesn't it bother you that you get booed all the time? And true story, Dale turned to Darrell and said, Darrell, they can cheer, they can boo. As long as they're making noise, I'm fine. It's when they're quiet, that's when I got to worry.
Right? Because they bored and then they leave.
Yep.
So I had a question. We were talking about the Coleco stuff. I'm curious, with the release date for the Amico being pushed back a couple of times, do you feel like that's exacerbated people's comparison to like the Coleco or other systems like that kind of didn't deliver on the promises they made?
I don't think so, because of COVID. You know, I mean, the whole, you know, if there was no such thing as COVID and we slipped our first date, slipped our second date, then I would agree with you and say, yes, absolutely. But the harsh reality was, look, John Riggs, and I'm sure he's probably still not in the stream at this point anymore, but he was. John Riggs And Gary, is it fair to say that you respect John Riggs?
Oh, he's one of the most trusted people that when I say I trust him, like he's another one that I talk to almost on a daily basis. Oh, and there he is.
There he is.
In fact, we have a running joke that I am Discount John Riggs, aka Ron Jiggs, due to our similar propensity for follicle lacking.
So this is what I'd like to say. And John Riggs, the most trusted retro person on the planet,
next to me.
Would you go with me on that journey?
Yes.
Okay. John Riggs came and saw Amico at E3
2 years ago,
June 2019.
Yep.
Okay. Almost 2 years ago. And
so I'm going to stop you right there because I want to give you a chance to address something that I think is BS. And that's people that I've seen claim, well, they played something that ran the games, but he didn't really play an Amico. It was, something that, could kind of be considered, but he didn't really play Amico.
Yes. And again, John Riggs, most trusted voice in retro. I made sure, because again, I know the Coleco Chameleon history. I know the Atari playing off a PC, blah, blah, blah. I made it a point. And I said, John, and Metal Gear Jesus was there. Metal Gear
Jesus Rocks.
I made up a new name. Metal Jesus Rocks was there. Kelsey
and Kinsey. I always get both of them because their names are.
Those three were there. And I said, guys and gals, come over. I want to show you that there's no PC hooked up to this. And again, John is my witness. Sat there. I don't know if he saw it boot up or not. I don't remember. It might have already been on. But to that I say, oh, it doesn't boot up. It doesn't. But again, I don't even want to mention the doofus's name because he doesn't deserve to be named. But the curly hair clown. If he dyed his hair orange, he'd look like Ronald McDonald.
We don't need to go there.
No, we don't need to go there. But this is a guy who even today said that the system couldn't boot up until 2 months ago and blah 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 blah. So again, lies, misinformation. So I got a question. If John saw the machine in June of 2019 that wasn't hooked up no funny business, how did we boot it up? Did I hook it up to a Ferrari or a rocket ship? And so the reality that it existed, that he played it, obviously it turned on at some point. And so again, John played the thing. And that was, so we were completely 100% on track. And by the way, there were like 20 games that John could have played. And I remember, I think we played Shark. I think I showed him Echo the Dolphin, Dolphin Quest. I think I showed him Night Stalker. He'll be able to, he might remember. But he played the thing. He played the system. And that was a year and a half before we were to launch. So he knows that we were on track. We know we were on track. And so, but to answer your question, Matthew, I think people have been really great. And to kind of prove this, we did our founders editions, and we did 2,600 of them to poke a little fun at Atari, our old rivals. Tongue in cheek, we love Atari. I mean, we're licensing their games and creating original games, right? Exclusive. And so, I need to be careful because I don't want to, again, I've learned that, I try to be funny or I try to be this and that, and then people take it the wrong way. But we sold out of those 2,600 founders editions in 5 hours. Then we did a VIP edition. We've pre-sold tens of thousands of units. We have purchase orders we had to cut off at 100,000 units because you just can't find enough components to manufacture them anymore. And I say this with my hand to God on my sister's grave, that since COVID hit and this entire year, out of the tens of thousands of pre-orders that people have put down, and they've done it not only directly through us, but through the stores, GameStop's loving us. We've had about 60 cancellations, refunds in this whole time. So to answer your question, Matthew, I think people are absolutely understanding and they're excited, because if not, half the people would have got their money back if they didn't believe in us, if they didn't understand it. So we like where we sit right now. Things were out of our control, and we've kind of made the best of it. So that's my honest answer. Shondell in the house. How you doing, Shondell? Lance Jennings, maybe one.
I just want to take a second. We've had consistently over 100 people in here, and I just want to say thank you to everybody who has come by. You are all amazing.
And Gary, I'd like to say there's 108 people watching right now, but there's only 63 likes. Everybody,
I haven't earned it yet.
Hit the like button right now. Let's do a we're going to do an auction now. Hey, let's get 64. We got 64 likes. 65 likes in the house. Do we hear 65? 65 in the house. 71. Who wants to see 80? 80 in the house. 80. Do I see 80? I see Retro Bro. Hey, 73. Do I see 73? I see 72, 73.
I see 76.
77.
81.
Can I get an 80? I need an 80 right now. 80, folks. 81. I need 90. We need to see 90. We got 106 people watching. 83. We need to get come on. Let's show me 100. We need to get 100, folks. That's all I'm asking for. I'm asking for 100 likes. We got 86. We got 103. Who's not hitting that like button? Who's not hitting it?
Oh,
85.
I didn't.
Come on,
Oh,
now.
Matthew, did you?
I did, yes, a while back.
Wait,
ago.
did you hit it once or twice, though?
88. Come on. We know there's a bunch of haters in there.
There we
Use
go,
your alt
90.
accounts. Log into your alt accounts. You're watching. Hit the like button. 90. We got 90.
Now
All
Tommy,
right, well,
I got a question for you.
We'll get it up over 100. 92. Come on, people.
Whenever I put a video out,
honored.
whenever I put a video out and someone reacts negatively to it, it's hard not to take that criticism. Like if it's a technical thing, like if they say, Matt, you suck. Well, okay, that hurts. But if they're like, oh, you know what?
But
your microphone is bad.
And normally it's me that's saying it.
Yeah, and normally he's right. But so like if it's just a technical thing, it's hard to not take the technical aspect, which technically has nothing to do with me, as a personal attack on me. With how closely you are associated with the Amico, is it hard not to take that criticism? Like, do you find yourself taking criticism against the Amico more personally than you would perhaps otherwise?
It's a great question. And again, this is the other thing that people get, they get mixed up all the time. The answer to that is no, I don't. You can go on the Atari Age forums and read. There's over 1 million views just on my thread alone, right? There's like closing in on 30,000 responses on one of, just one thing that I started just 2 years ago, like this week. It was like yesterday. I think it was 2 years old. And I always tell people, look, if you have valid criticisms, let me know. It's the people who attack people who like it. That's who I have the problem with. That is, and because there's a level of immaturity and unintelligence for people who attack somebody else for liking something. You're a thick idiot. And I will tell that to your face, and I don't care what you think of me, right? But in regards to if somebody says, oh, the Amico sucks, I get it. No worries. In fact, Gary here, Gary, let's get real, right? When I reached out to Gary and Gary reached out to me, I guess we might have met each other quickly
in passing at Portland that year, and that was it.
Right.
I had gone into a couple of live streams that you were in, and I asked very honest questions. You gave me very honest answers.
There you go. And so, but when we were communicating over, over email even, and Gary was respectful, and he says, look, I have my doubts, I have this and that, and I want to ask touch questions. And what did I tell you? I said, for sure, by all means, please, let's ask the tough questions, ask whatever you'd like. And I'm okay with that. So I don't mind if Matthew, if right now you said to me, Tommy, I get your passion. I think you're, a little weird. You're a little too excited for me. I like a little chilled out. I'm more of an introvert, and you're not my style. And quite frankly, I appreciate what you're doing. You're trying to do something new and unique, but I don't get it, and I don't think you're going to succeed. I'd be like, that's cool. That's fine. But if you were to say to me, Matthew, that, you know what? Not only do I not like you and your machine, but anyone who likes it, they're idiots. They're jerks. They're stupid. They're old. They're dumb. That's when I have the problem with you. So do I mind criticism? No. What I mind is ignorant idiots who are so narcissistic that they feel that whatever they like, everyone else in the world must like. And it's like, seriously, like, do we all have to like the same exact style of music? Do we all have to like the same exact religion? Do we all have to like the same politics? Give me a break, right? So if you're going to hate on somebody else because they like something that you don't, and by the way, it's a video game machine that you've never played, get a freaking life. So those are the people that I don't like, and that are offensive. So, but if people don't like the system because they don't like it, fair game.
So I mean, and I'm just going to call out the elephant in the room. Just we know who we're talking about. That the CU podcast, you and them have had. I mean, from the moment that the announcement came out, they have been critical, rightly or wrongly. Now, I will say I have had maybe 2 conversations with Pat over the 3 years I've had this channel. He's Pat. I mean, he tends to be kind of off to him. That's a nice
way of saying he's a douche, but okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not going to say. So I'm just going to preface this by saying I love.
Speechless. Look, he's speechless.
No. I love the saying that you never want to get into the mud with the pig. The pig will get, or you both get dirty, and the pig likes it.
You wrestle with the pig.
I'm not. Dirty. Yeah. And again, I am not calling Pat a pig. Like I say, and because I don't have a beef with him. I have the couple conversations I've had with him were more like, okay, that's cool. Ian, on the other hand, I have personal respect for because I did a live stream when I hit like 3,000 or 5,000 subs. He came into my live chat and hung out with my audience for 2 hours and talked to them like a real person. And I gained so much respect for him just because he could have, it could have been a dick measuring contest of, I'm Ian from the CU pod. And he was a real guy. And I told him at Portland in 2018 how much that meant to me. And I appreciate it. And every time I've had a conversation with Ian, he and I have always had a good conversation.
That's nice.
That completely out of the way. And I know your interactions have been completely different. But it seems part of it for you, and this is not meant as a personal attack on you. You love the argument, you love the debate, when instead of just realizing it's the Marty McFly complex at the end of the 3rd movie, when Needles is trying to race with them, and Jennifer turns to, why didn't you race him? He's an asshole. I mean, at a certain point, don't you just need to say that's Pat and Ian being Pat and Ian? No matter what I do, I am not going to change their mind because, Tommy, you're not going to change their mind until this is in people's hands.
I don't want to.
And that's where I was going with this. Is
Yeah.
at a certain point in time, and having spent years in retail, there are some customers you just don't want. And
That's
Pat
right,
and Ian,
that's
I would
right.
put that right there with you. So why not just stop the engaging? Stop addressing.
I'll tell you why. I'll
Okay.
tell you why exactly. And so, first of all, I don't want to change their mind. I want them to keep hating on this and keep their misinformation going because they're going to go down with the ship. I am going to be successful, and they picked the wrong guy to want to fail, and they'll regret it, right? Because this will be successful and they will look like fools. Okay. So that out of the way, what I want to tell you, Gary, is this. This is what I have the issue with, is that these guys constantly
They dog you.
lie about me. They lie about the machine, and they're doing it on purpose because they know it causes drama and it gets them clicks, right? Pat himself in one of his streams said, hey, you know, our show was the most popular, and he was talking about Amico at the time, and he says, you know, our show got the most money and made the most things when we were dogging the Coleco Chameleon. And so, you know,
that's what really put him on the map. That changed his direction of his channel entirely.
Right. And so he's looking at this as, ooh, this is my next payday. And for him to be like, kind of like comes across as gatekeeping the retro community, it's the farthest thing from it. Dude doesn't even know anything before the NES. And there was 15 years of gaming before that. But because he didn't grow up, he doesn't respect it, right? And that's fine. That's his opinion. He's entitled to it. But where I have the problem, Gary, is that when he lies to people and says, I attacked him. No, I didn't. I did not. And in fact, when I first reached out to him, I specifically said, I wrote him a nice email and I complimented him. I said, and I've put that email online, and I said, and it was something like, hey, Pat, thank you for covering Amico. I wanted to, just, tell you a few things in there, that additional things that you said that you might have gotten, maybe Atari and us mixed up, and it was the price point thing, and it was a few things here and there. And again, super respectful, love your work, congratulations on your success. And that was the email I wrote him. He never answered me. He then puts out another video that gives a bunch of wrong information. And again, I have a whole video that you can look at, and it shows all this stuff. If you want to see it, I'll send it to you afterwards. I have it hidden on my channel because I don't want drama.
You sent it to me.
Oh, okay. And so my next thing with them was, I'd like, so, hey guys, and I left it on his YouTube channel, on his quote. And I don't know if people know this or not, but Pat deletes any comment that's like against him, deletes them all the time. And again, I'll say that on our channel, I'll delete the nasty ones. Like if people are saying something to be mean to me, or just to be mean, just to be a jerk, yeah, they get filtered, and we have people on my team. I don't sit there and click everything, but if somebody's nasty and mean, it's removed. But on their channel, if they say something that proves Pat wrong, he'll delete it, right? So, okay, fine. Look, it's his channel. It's his right to do that. I have no problem with that either. But what happened is, again, I compliment him. Hey, Pat, congratulations on your success. Cool seeing you at the Portland Game Expo. Hey, I just wanted to give you some information because you said A, B, C, and D. just like me and you are talking now, Gary.
Right.
You have a bunch of questions. I'm not sure about this. Oh, hey, well, let me give you more information about that, and maybe that'll change your mind, or maybe it won't, but at least let me give you proper information, and then you can make your own judgment. And so that's what I did. 80 people liked that comment. 0 people downgraded it. And again, I got the screen grab, and if you watch that video, you saw it. He deletes the comment because I think in his mind, his ego got the better of him. And to him, he's like, this guy comes on my channel, corrects me, even though I did it very respectfully. And it wasn't even a correction. I was just giving him more info. And everybody likes it. And that's what got him. That's what got him. And that's what turned him. He didn't like the fact that 80 people liked that comment that was basically, hey, Pat, let me give you addition. And basically, I think he read it as, you're telling me I was wrong and you're correcting me. How dare you? He deletes the comment. I put it on there again. It gets another like 50, 60 likes. He deletes the comment again. And so then I put it on Twitter. I said, hey, Pat, I just want to let you know. And I basically grabbed a screenshot of the thing. And he didn't like that at all, because now it was somewhat calling him out that he was deleting my comment. But I didn't call him out. I just said, hey, Pat, not sure if you saw this. I was giving him an out. Hey, Pat, not sure if you saw this. Congratulations on your success.
This is where I'm saying now, at this point, is it not just time? We know the history. Just let it go at this point. I mean, what is there to be gained at this point? Can we get a commitment from you? Can we get a commitment from you? Just let him talk his shit, because he's going to, and you're not going to change it.
I don't want to change it. I want him to keep talking shit, because the more he talks shit, the dumber he's going to look when it's a big success. But what I'm trying to say, Gary, if he shut his stupid mouth and stopped lying and would just be subjective, then that's no problem. But Gary, what if there was a YouTuber out there? What if John Riggs every single week made a video about you to his 100,000 followers and lied about you every single week, and lied about the things you said on the podcast that day? What would you do? Would you? So it's easy. I understand that it's easy for people to say, oh, we'll just let it go, this and that. But what if it was you? What would you do?
I would do, honestly, I would lawyer up, and I would start going after him for slander and libel. And above and beyond that, and above and beyond that, I would block him and I would stop watching him. And I will tell you, there are certain YouTubers out there, and I'm glad to see JLove81 is in here, because she is one of the purest of heart people on YouTube creating content today, who promotes positivity. And you have other people out here.
What is it?
It is JLove81. She is just
81. I'm going to check her channel out right now.
She is just the sweetest, dearest, kindest.
I cannot wait.
Promotes positivity wherever she goes.
I do like the positivity, but what I'm saying is, look, everybody has different personalities, right? And you know, for me, who pours out so much passion and who's always transparent every step of the way, to have this person keep doing that, look, all I'm doing is I'm going to set the record straight. If he says that Space Strikers isn't an exclusive game and that I'm lying, that's what he said this week, then I'm going to tweet, that's not true. And when he says he insists that the machine couldn't boot up 2 months ago, that's a lie. And but the other thing too, I'm sure you know this, I always invite him. I say, come and see the machine yourself.
Yeah, you have done that.
I'll do it today. I'll do it right now. I did it on Twitter yesterday. I said, come and see the machine. Judge for yourself, then make your decision. Now, obviously at this point, if he ever did come to see the machine, he would just do it, to tear it apart. So, it's beyond that at this point, unfortunately. But look, I would say, if those guys want to start treating me fairly, I'll treat them fairly as well. And I would prefer to ignore them. But if they're going to continue their weekly lie parade, then at least I can do, because it's a catch-22 for me, you see? If I don't say anything, then everyone believes that. Everyone believes, oh, well, Tommy's not saying anything. So, it's the internet is a nasty, nasty place that draws you into this drama. How many times have you heard people say, I don't want drama, I don't like the drama, but they always get drawn into the drama, right? And so, that's the thing when again, Gary, you have to understand what those two have done is they have created a subset of human beings that call my wife a whore, that dox our employees.
And that stuff's I'm not excusing that at all.
But that's what they've created, though. That's what they've created. And that's what now we have to fight against. And that's too bad. And yes, we are doing legal things. And there are attorneys, watching every word out of their mouth, because it is, they've crossed over into slander and there's stuff that you can't say about a company that has investors that is SEC approved by the United States government. So again, look, I'm not saying, oh, I'm going to sue them. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're watching you, boys. We're watching you.
Well, and that got kind of deep and dark, and I didn't want to go there. But one last thing. Well, but I it's an honest question, I think. And one of the things that just in this conversation, this is, going on 3 hours now. This is the longest I've ever talked to you. And I may not agree with you, but I understand where you're coming from, and your passion comes through. It's undeniable. Yeah. One thing I do want to take a little exception to is the original 2018 Sizzle video still being up there with original pricing. At this point in time, that is misinformation. I don't think it's done intentionally. I think it's one of those of it's up there, set and forget kind of things. Why not either A, set that to unlisted or private, or update that? Because, if I were just looking for information on Amico, that's the first thing I come out and I see 149. I go to order 249. What's going on here? So just from a content management side, I would request you to either take it down or update it myself.
Well, again, it's a historical thing, right? So, but I am pretty sure, though, in the comment section, we do say that. But let me check, because I'm pretty sure, like, it says in the comment section 249, blah 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 blah. And again, it's not the same. I know what you're saying, but I want to check. I want to check that before I say it, because again, I don't want to say it and have it not be true. But I remember I thought we had done that, and if we didn't, we should.
Sure.
But
and it's one of those things that unfortunately YouTube took a tool away from all of us, where before we could actually go into a video and clip something like that out. Now you have to take it down and re-upload, and you lose all your SEO and anything like that.
The thing has 300,000 views on it.
Right.
And let me just see. Show more. Let me see. No, it doesn't have it on there. It says it talks about our, go to our page, and they have the info there. So, I don't want to take that video down because it's historical and it's cool and this and that. But because of this conversation we're having right now, and I thought we did, it must have been another video, because there was another video where we had our press release in it, and we ended up taking that off. And I thought we changed it, but I'm looking at this video now and realized that it was just deleted. So that information, that wrong information, was taken off. But what your point is, which is a good point, is don't just take that information off. I think would you be okay with that? Because I'm just asking as an opinion. that it says, should we say something in the description? This video came out in 2018. It was, on paper, blah, 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 this and that. We hadn't realized the machine yet. Now the machine, here are the things that are in this video that are now different and updated. Would you be cool with that? Do you think that would be
and
cool?
what I would do, quite honestly, is I would do it almost like how, if you've ever seen news articles that are updated, as far as, put a correction date in there. As of, 2/25/2021, the following items in this video have been updated or corrected from their original publishing date. And Retro Advisory Board makes a great point here. Pin that comment to the top. So that way it's the very first thing anyone on that video sees. And the other thing, and this is something, so I've been on the platform in some form or another since 2007. And we learned early on, because pricing changed, we never put pricing in videos, because as soon as the pricing changed, you ran into issues like this.
Oh.
And even if a pricing went down, people would complain.
Right. Yeah, totally. No, that's an extremely fair comment. And again, I'm not going to sit here and defend, again, look, I'm a human being. I make mistakes. If anyone wants to sit here and throw stones because they think they're perfect, be my guest. And
the reason why I suggest it, and Cyrus in here makes a great point. If you correct that, that's one last thing people can complain about that proves Amico is a scam. Well, no, it's one of the things that it dated the video. It was factual at the time, and things changed. So it's one of those things where you can just be as transparent as possible for those who it's taking away that criticism and addressing it directly.
Yeah. No, it's a totally fair comment. And yeah, like I said, I think when this came up before and there was information, in the comments or in the description of the video, we just got rid of it all because it said all of this information and we just deleted it. But I see what you're saying now, and you're the first person who's brought this up to me. And I think it's a totally fair comment, and that's something we will do. I will get my team, and as soon as we're done, I'm going to write an email to my marketing team, and we'll have that fixed by tomorrow. I promise that.
Okay.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I do, because we're coming up on we're past 3 hours now. I want to open this up to some more lighthearted comments from the comments section. But there are a couple things, just rapid fire, Tommy, if we could go through this. I've seen this asked a couple of times in the comments here. Will there be additional bundles or price changes in the future, i.e. a system with only one controller to reduce the cost, reduce the barrier of entry? No,
and the reason for that is because I started to talk about this before I get sidetracked like I always do, but when we sat down, like Walmart, and when you sit down with these companies, with these retailers, what they told us is they said, look, people come up to us all the time and say, do you have something like the Wii where we can just play it and it's easy? And they want a system out of the box that they can play with the family. They don't want, one controller. Now I got to buy this. Now I got to buy that. Now I have to do this. I have to do. They just want everything. That's why we have 6 games on there and the 2 controllers. So that's specifically a request from the retailers because so many people ask for it. And when we do our focus tests, that's the case as well.
Okay. And then I had asked this at the beginning, but Gary got you distracted. For anyone who pre-orders, is there anything additional in the bundle? Is it the exact same that you would get on the launch day or after the launch days with the pre-orders?
That's right. So currently right now, the only deal that is happening is at GameStop. So our normal, our standard colors are Glacier White and Graphite Black. So the black and white.
GTO Red is sexy as hell.
You can see it right there. You can see it right above my shoulder there. And then you got, and these aren't final at all. These are just, but you can see the purple, and the plastics aren't final, but you can see the the vintage wood grain as well. But the GTO red, Galaxy purple, and vintage wood grain, those are all special editions because it takes a special process to do it, and so those are $279. Okay, so the standards are $249, but if you want the more polished, expensive looking ones, those are $279. And the only deal that's going on right now is that for the Galaxy purple one, it's exclusively at GameStop only right now, and it comes with a $25 Amico Game Shop card.
Oh,
so
cool.
they're selling them. So normally that would be $279, but what they're doing is they're selling the Galaxy Purple exclusive. It's the only place you can get it right now. They're selling it for $299, but with a $25 gift card. So it's actually less than $279. So that's the only thing currently going on right now.
So we've talked about how COVID has affected all manufacturing. Even me, who works for a company that our manufacturing facility is 20 feet behind my office, we've had problems with sourcing materials.
Yeah.
Can you definitively say if COVID was not a thing, would you have missed the original launch date?
Nope.
And second of all, how solid is 10/10/21?
Yeah, well, right now we're on track for 10/10/21. But I can't predict the future. What if there's a second or third, whatever the hell up there? What if there's a third outbreak and everything gets locked down again tomorrow and China goes out of business, or you can't get anything on a boat till September now, right? So if things are going
and Long Beach gets backed up and all that happy fun
it's
stuff.
already backed up till May.
Yeah.
You know that. Crates are 3 times more expensive, right? So what we'd like to do is that, the worst case scenario, I think, for us is let's get out the founders editions and the VIP, all the pre-orders. Let's at least get those in people's hands. And by the way, we want to get units in people's hands this spring and summer. We want to put units in families' hands in the summer, and they can make videos about how much they're loving it, enjoying it, and this and that. So we're going to build a lot of hype. Again, the machines, and when I say the machine's 99% finished, what I mean by that is that the hardware is 99% finished. It's actually, it could be 100%, but we're going through our testing, our FCC testing, and if something comes back and says, oh, you have to change that, so I'm leaving myself that room to say, well, we might have to put a little shield here or something, or another piece of plastic there, or whatever. So that's why
I'm glad that you brought that up. Has it been submitted to and passed CE and FCC certification?
It's in there now. We literally have one of our engineers is up in San Francisco, and he's been there for a week. We've passed a lot of certifications, including the battery, the Bluetooth, the Wi-Fi. There's over 50 compliance tests that we have to go through. And so literally it's in there now being tested with the FCC.
And I just want to say, you're saying you want to have these videos of people enjoying it. It's a big burden, but Gary and I will be more than willing if you want to send us. We will burden that just for you.
I will not ask for one. But if you want to send one, I ain't going to say no.
I'm just messing here. I was curious though, on the Amico, it has HDMI out. What is the planned resolution for that? Is that going to be 1080? Is it going to be 4K? 1080?
No,
okay.
The chip that we have a Qualcomm Snapdragon chip, and so our SoC could output 4K, but we don't turn it on. We don't, because it's not needed, because when you do 4K, it's 4 times more of everything. That's taxing the chip, it's taxing everything, and there's no reason for it. 1080 is fine. Yeah. So we're going to stick at 1080. But the chip is actually possible. maybe somebody could go in there and hack it at some point. I don't know.
Well, and I've had a couple people I've noticed have asked this in the comments section. So thank you all of you again. We have still 106, 3 hours in watching, 105. I'm
We got it up over 100. There we go.
We are. So seriously, thank you all. Can you play games much like where is it here? Much like my beloved Wii U gamepad, can you play Amico games just on the controller, or do you need to have it hooked up to a television?
It's a great question. The answer is no, you can't play games on it because it's not powerful enough to do that. You know, you think about your mobile device, those are $1,000 of technology, right? So we didn't put, you know, like these controllers are some of the most, it's the most expensive thing, and it gets two of them. We put a lot of time, energy, development, technology into this. The box itself is the box, right? And it has LED lights, and it's the brains of the system. But really, this is where the money's spent. And so, you know, in order to keep it at $249, again, these are the things that when you're creating something like this, these are the pluses and minuses. It's like, oh, you know what? We could play games on this too, but now it's $300. Oh, we could do this. But now it's $350. You know, so again, the thing that folks have to remember is we don't have the buying power of Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, right? And not only do we not have the buying power, but we also don't have the ability to take a loss on the hardware like they do. You know, 4.5 million PlayStation 5s went out at Christmas, and they lost $100
money on everyone
on each of them. Do the math on that, fellas. We can't do that, right? So the fact that we have more controllers and more technology than the Switch controllers, right? Let's say you got the screen, you got this and that, and we give you two of them, and our games are only $9.99 or less digitally, right? And it comes with 6 free games, and you can hook this up for free. So we're going to lose money on, you know, getting to 8 controllers or whatever. The fact that we're doing all of that and passing that value on to the customer and still have the thing at $249, which was the exact same price the Wii was 15 years ago with one controller and one tech demo. I mean, people got to look at it like that too, right? And say, hey, you know what? I see where this is actually a deal. You know, look, if I was Sony and I could make 10 million of these things, yeah, I'd get them to you at $179 all day long. Because when you're ordering 10 million, you buy in bulk. You know,
now what is the projected cost for an additional controller? Because you're saying there might be a little bit of lag from the free app, which is perfectly fine for most of the stuff you do. But let's say
it's
I just
free.
it's free. That is a great price. But if I want to buy an additional controller, what's the projected price for that? How many do I get?
Great.
All that good stuff.
So the projected price, you buy them single individually, and we're not sure exactly yet because again, you know, these things are changing. And keep in mind, whenever there's electronics that go on in the market, there's a release price, right? And all the first time buyers, you know, gobble it up. But then the stuff comes down as it goes, right? I mean, the PlayStation starts at $500, then it goes to $450 3 years later, and then it goes to $399, and then it, you know, by the last year you can get them for $250, whatever, right? So everything always comes down. So whatever I say now, it's like, you know, that's eventually going to come down. I think our magic price point, by the way, for the whole system, I think our magic price point's $199. That's what I want to get it down to eventually. So as the technology, you know, as stuff starts to come down in price, I want to try to get the machine at $199 as we're going into that year 3. That would be my goal, because I think that could we do some good damage there, right? In regards to selling pretty good, right? And so the controllers are going to be either 59 or 69. We're not sure, but that's going to be it's going to be somewhere in there, and it depends on the price components. again, being 100% honest at this point, knowing what I know, it's probably going to be closer to that 69 than it is the 59 because of COVID and all the crap that's going on, and that's just being honest.
And that's pretty comparable to other controller price points for the PlayStation, the Wii, or the Switch, excuse me, not the Wii.
The Switch is what, 79? The Switch is $80.
So
for the Pro Controller. Yeah, you can get them on sale for $60, but MSRP is 79 or is $69.99, I think, on that. Also seen a lot of people asking about multimedia apps, and for that I'm thinking your Netflix, your Hulu, YouTube TV, just straight YouTube. Is this going to have, because the idea is this is going to live in the living room and be a central entertainment focus. Will it have multimedia apps?
Currently, no.
Okay.
Because we want the focus to be, we want this to be, like an old school gaming system. And to me, like I could stream Netflix on my freaking refrigerator.
Right.
like you know what I mean? Like you could have Netflix on your phone and just cast it onto your TV. Like,
correct.
So there's so many ways to get Netflix and all those things that for us, we'd rather just have the focus be with that. And John Riggs, great thing. But we're certainly open to it. Like if Nickelodeon Kids or whatever, or Disney Plus came to us and said, hey, we want to do a special super deal with Amico. Wow, there's 10 million Amicos out there, and Disney Plus, and that fits with our with our branding or whatever. And if they came in and say, hey, can we do a special Disney Plus thing and we get a percentage of whatever, and it's a lucrative deal, then we might do that. But right now, so I don't want to say we'll never do it, but I say as of right now, it's not in our plans.
Okay.
And then Multimedia Show Midwest Media Show was wondering, what would you say is the game on day one of the launch that is the best that is best to sell the Amigo to people? Like, it's kind of an awkward word question, but he's saying it's like, hey, I want other people to buy the Amico. This is the game I'm going to point them to sell it. It's
a great question. The problem is that the difference in our system, because you say, oh, well, you need a system seller. What's your system seller, right? And like Genesis had Sonic, NES had
Nintendo and
Mario Brothers, Super Mario World on the SNES. You can literally go through Halo with Xbox, right?
Yeah.
But I would say this. What was the system seller for the PlayStation 4?
Ratchet and Clank for me.
One.
But you see what I'm saying though, is that we kind of live in a different world now where we don't, like, the system seller for us is the entire system, meaning it really is for moms and families. So if there's a mom out there who loves playing card games and that might be the system seller for her. If there's a family out there that has a 4-year-old kid and they like the educational and Sesame Street stuff, that might be the system seller for them. But for Gary, it might be Earthworm Jim. For a retro gamer, a Gen Xer, it might be the retro reimagined stuff. So it really is like, I think times have changed, and my PlayStation 4 example, I think, is a good one, where it's just the whole ecosystem and the whole vibe of it that is the system seller. The system is the system seller, if that makes sense.
Now, what about
what
about you personally then? What is the game you most look forward to playing for the launch games?
People are going to think I'm crazy, but it's just the game that there's two games, Astro Smash, which is one of the free pack-in games. And another one that I absolutely love because I laugh so hard and it's so fun watching other people play it is Evil Knievel. because
Okay.
it's just so funny how he crashes, and it's challenging, but it's fun and it's easy, and so that's another. And the multiplayer is freaking awesome, where you get up to 4 sky cycles and you can, your rocket ship over the canyon and you can smash into each other, and evil can go flying out of the rocket. It's a real good time. So for me personally, Evil Knievel, Astro Smash. And I'd put those, and I mean, Night Stalker is the other one for me. I'd go with those 3. Oh, and Bomb Squad is freaking awesome. Oh, and Back Talk Party is another one that I love too. So yeah, now I'm going crazy.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
Jan here asked, what will be the most expensive digital game after launch? I think you kind of addressed that earlier, that you're looking to make sure that it's capped at no more than $30.
No, never $30. No, digital games. I'm thinking like, maybe they would go up, like something like an Earthworm Jim, for example. If we're going to put more development time and want to make it perfect, that might be a game that might be $14.99.
Sure.
But no, I wouldn't go $30 digital. No, never.
Now,
No.
Mr. Riggs asked earlier, and I don't have it here to highlight, question, and this is important to me too. As you can see, I've got this hang up about physical games.
Yeah.
Will there be physical games for the
Yes.
Amico above and beyond the RFID cards? And if so, what do the cards look like, or how do you load it onto the system?
So I can't give you that information as of right now, and I don't mean to do that in any kind of weird way, but the reality,
if it's something you're not ready to announce, that's fine.
Yeah. But let me tell you why, so it makes more sense, is that we have a bunch of really big marketing and promotion and partnerships that we're doing with, like 10 million eyeballs, people with 15 million subscribers, or websites or magazine covers. And so we have to save some of this reveal stuff to give it to, like, hey, Jimmy Fallon, The Tonight Show, or the Ellen DeGeneres Show. Let me show you something that the world has never seen before. So that's why I kind of have to be a little, I have shown people what it is. And a couple of them are actually here in the stream. Silas Martin, Retro Bro. I want to show John Riggs, actually. We got to get together, John, over video, and I want to show you. And to get your thoughts, but it is something very unique, very different. It really, it's kind of digital and physical combined, but with a big bonus. And I know I'm being, the more I talk, the more it's like, shut up, because you're just pissing us off even more. But it harkens back to old school stuff. I think people are really going to like it, because when you get any game now, it's a DVD case with a piece of slip of paper in it.
It's an unlock key, essentially. Yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Right. And so we're going above and beyond, and it's something, again, that's really unique and special. And I think everyone we've showed it to has loved it. And we even have a reaction video. If you want to see, go on Intellivision YouTube channel, and there's a physical media reaction video, and it's like the 10 people or whoever that I showed, and you see what they say about it. And they have to talk about it without talking about it. And I didn't tell them to go make videos. They did it on their own, and they said, hey, can we make a video about how excited we are? I said, that you can do. You just can't say what it was. And so we're liking our physical as well.
For the digital games, for the physical games, the digital ones are supposed to come out in $9.99, fluctuation room back and forth. Totally understandable. What do you expect the physical games to be priced?
$19.99.
Oh, that is wonderful. Okay.
Yep.
Now you mentioned 32 gig onboard storage, micro SD card slot. What size micro SD card can it go up to and be able to access on the game or on the system? Yeah.
It can go up to 5 gig. And I believe this isn't I have a team of 55 people, and the engineers, these are people that are a lot smarter than me. And so I'm not sure if it can do would never need a gig. I mean, that's 1,000 games. We'll never even do 1,000 games. So, but I do know that it's 512. I do know that.
Sorry,
Someone
you
had just
kinda
asked
cut
what
out-
I was drinking.
You kind of cut out in the middle of what you're saying. So what it sounded like to us is the micro SD card can do 5 gigs, and I'm pretty sure.
Sorry. That's wrong. Okay, I'm glad you said I cut out. No, it's 512.
Okay.
Okay.
Right?
So half a terabyte,
that's
roughly.
because it goes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, sorry.
And so that's a ton of games, yeah. And I mean, honestly, if that was
That's
the max,
1,000 games. or
and
whatever.
somehow I filled up 1,000 games worth, I can have more than one 512. I don't care at that point, you know.
Well, that's the other thing too. You could switch out the micro card.
Yeah.
too, so
Cyber
it
Spirit
really
was
doesn't matter.
wondering.
In fact, I would not recommend 512. Don't waste your money, never fill it up. So
Yeah.
128 is probably a good thing. That means you're going to have between the internal memory and a 128 card, which is like $15 more. You're going to have 300 games on there. My God,
Mhm.
How many systems have 300 games on them? I don't even have that on my phone.
Cyber Spirit was wondering, are you planning on making any retro controllers? And I'm not sure if he means
No.
like the physical buttons or just like maybe the look of the retro.
No.
Well, there's going to be the wood
grain.
grain.
Oh yeah, I mean, there you go. Here's a little shell, but no, we're not going to make traditional controllers like like a dual analog stick and this and that. It's just most of the games wouldn't work on it because you need the screen, you need the disc, you need the colors and the lights and the buttons and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So now that being said, look, if we had if there was like a certain, if we had a bunch of side-scrolling platform, yeah, but see, even our platform games use the screen and the to do certain things or to get up a map or to give you a hint about something. So yeah, it would be tough. It really wouldn't make sense.
And this is a
Go ahead.
terrific question here from Numtier, I guess. Will we see Earthworm Jim gameplay this year? Something I'm interested in. We've seen the intro splash screen where Jim crashes down on the planet, but I guess in general, here's the thing, but we're not going to drink on that. Is one of my frustrations, Tommy, has been the overall lack of gameplay of what I would consider to be not necessarily a system seller, but quite honestly, I never owned an Intellivision. I don't have the nostalgia for that. Just as you and I have talked separate from the stream, my love was from the NES forward.
Sure.
So for someone like me, being able to actually see the controller in use, the games, the platformers, because quite honestly, in my household, I have a soon-to-be 2-year-old, my wife who is not a gamer, and an 18-year-old getting ready to go off to college. I am it. The couch co-op will not happen in my house. So that's where I'm looking and hoping to see more footage of actual gameplay moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, we've shown 30 games. I don't know how many more you want.
Andrea Seabrook was asking where can she see that gameplay footage? Because I think a lot of people aren't seeing it right now.
Go to Intellivision, our Intellivision YouTube channel. But Gary, let me ask you this though, because I didn't mean to dismiss you. I was just
no, you're fine. And I have seen like we talked earlier. It was a Breakout we were talking about that I've seen. It's the side scroll. It's almost like a shooter.
The Night Stalker. We've showed a lot of footage of Night Stalker. We've showed a lot of footage of Missile Command but here's what I wanted to ask you though, Gary. A really important question. You just made an interesting statement there. And what you said was, my wife will not play couch co-op with me, right?
Correct.
And it's because why? She doesn't like video games?
She doesn't like video games. She's not a competitive person. It's just not something that she has traditionally done. Even with the Wii, like she picked it up and played, with my oldest daughter and I, we played one night Mario Kart and Wii Sports for like half an hour. She's like, okay, I'm done. So it's not something that appeals to her. And you know what? It's
totally fair. Now,
completely understand it. I'm not going to push her to do something she doesn't want to do.
Yeah. Now, does she play games on mobile at all, or not even interested there either?
Really, no. She plays this weird one that just recently came out, Tactic or something like that.
I don't think that's a mobile game, but
oh, she laughs at it all the time, and she looks at TikTok all the time.
Oh, TikTok. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I
caught it, Gary.
I don't know that game. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, and my wife will do things like the Scrabble games,
right?
Which you were saying that you do the board games and card games, so that's something she might get into. But
so your wife, so Gary, though, you heard me explain earlier that Telestrations game, right?
Correct.
Where you draw and it goes this, that. Do you think your wife would like? Does your wife play any board games at all? She doesn't even play board games.
Nope.
She plays no board games.
Nope.
All right. I don't know. Then I don't know.
Can't please everyone.
I am strictly looking at this as I will be the one playing it.
All right. Well, yeah.
And also it's a completely fair statement to say, you know what, Amico may not be for you.
It may not be. That's what I'm saying.
And that is a fair statement.
I don't know what to say. It's not for her. I get it. Totally fair. Yeah.
So another question here, will there be an attachment on the Amico and I would say, I think you've teased this as far as like retro collections and whatnot that will allow original Intellivision cartridges to be played through it?
We're not going to do that, but we would, just because financially it's a total loser because, to create something like that, you're talking about
just the tooling
easily. Well, it's easily $100,000 to $200,000 in, research and development for, the people working on it are expensive people. Right. And so if it takes them 9 months at their salaries, you're talking a couple $100,000 right there. The tooling, right? Now you're talking probably 40 to 50,000 there, easy, right? So now you have something that you've spent $300,000 on, and what are you going to sell something like that for? Because there's maybe 10,000 people in the world who might still have Intellivision cartridges hanging around, and that's being kind. And so, how many are you going to sell? 2,000 of them, maybe, and at what price?
Right.
$30. Okay, so do the math. $30 times 2,000. It doesn't make any kind of sense at all. But what we would say, though, if somebody wanted to do it like as a passion project, we would absolutely sell it, do a partnership with them, sell it through our channels, and blah blah blah. We're just not going to be the ones who develop it.
Sure. And I guess that brings up another question too, is third-party support. I mean, you've got the developers, not an issue there, but I'm thinking like we've seen in recent years how Retrobit has partnered with Sega to bring back classic Sega controllers. Hyperkin, I was showing the Hyperkin controllers earlier too. Third-party accessory manufacturers, are they going to be able to make accessories for the Amico, or is this going to be pretty locked down just because of like the nature of the controllers, for example? Again,
if they're going to make a controller, it's got to have a screen on it. It's like doing a PlayStation controller and saying, yeah, we're not going to put shoulder buttons on it. But if people want to do alternatives to this, which had speaker, microphone, gyroscope, accelerometer, yeah, we're not going to stop people. That's cool, right? That's cool when your system is big enough where other companies want to create third-party stuff for you. That means we're a success, and that's cool. And for sure, we'd like to do that.
And I mean, I'd say we've kind of gone through everything that I had on my list. Matthew, I'll let you ask your final question here. Final call for the folks in the chat here as we're coming up on almost a 4-hour live stream. 107 people still watching. You are all amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Everyone, if anyone has anything in the chat, I'll do a quick hit. And I want to apologize to the folks in the chat for going a little look, you know, people attack me and my family every single day. And so I apologize if you know, if I went a little you know, if it seemed like I was being unprofessional in talking about certain people, but I would just say that live a day in my shoes. And there's people here in the chat that know the things that I go through that are, you know, kind of personal friends of mine and stuff. Try not to judge me based on, you know, getting a little edgy there, because, you know, everybody's different. And if I had a choice and I could go back 2 years, I would have ignored those guys from day one, you know? And so, you know, again, everyone makes mistakes and I make mistakes, but I would just have people, you know, there's a lot of dark, evil things that people are doing to me and my family over a video game system they've never played. And they all bow at the altar of those two guys. And so, yeah, it does get a little personal for me, because they take it to a dark place and a racist place and a, you know, anyway, I don't want to bring it down again though, but I just wanted to apologize to the folks out there if they felt like I, you know, I went a little too dark there. And I just want to apologize to everybody. So, but, you know, live a day in my shoes and you'd have a different, you know, you might have a different opinion and kind of say, gosh, you put up with a lot. So,
Sure.
Anyway.
So I guess let me ask these couple quick questions and like just rapid fire as I can here. And rapid fire as with responses as possible. But people are asking, do you hope to get Minecraft or Legos or any of these really kid focused sort of games that are really big and popular onto the Amico?
Minecraft, no. Roblox, no. And I have a relationship with Roblox, as some might know.
Oof.
That's all we got. Hey, I love Roblox, man. I love me some oof. Keep saying it. I get 50 cents every time you say it. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. So no, I don't really see any of those kind of big things on there. And I'm going to say this again. I've said it 4 times, but maybe D-Dub, is it? D-Dub said, and I appreciate D-Dub. He says, hey, your family doesn't deserve that, but you got to take criticism. Again, D-Dub, let me tell you, I can take criticism. It's not about taking criticism. It's about, you know, the evil things that these people do that go above and beyond. And when they say that for anyone who likes Amico, they're idiots and they're losers, and, you know, that's not taking criticism, right? That's not criticizing me or the product. That's crossing the line. And again, going after my family members. That's when you cross the line. You don't do that. There's certain lines you don't cross. You want to call me an idiot and stupid, do it all day long. But when you start to dox our investors, when you put our address out there and say the haters should go pay them a visit, that's when you go too far. So again, I'm personally a little insulted when people say, oh, you know what? You should just take criticism. Yeah, I do. But what I don't take is people going after my employees and my family. And if you're going to do that, I'm going to come back at you. And that's me defending and caring about my family and my people and my developers and our investors. So anyway.
Hey, another question. This came from George Lyon. I probably got that name wrong. Jorge. Lyon. Expected battery life of the controller between charges.
That's a great question. So we've tested it up to 6 hours of if not too much is going on. But if so, it really depends on the game, right? And because there's so many things you can do with this. So if all the lights are flashing and the screen is going and it's buzzing, like Bomb Squad is a perfect example where you're doing a lot with the screen and all that. It could go down to, we've seen things anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. But the thing to remember about our console as well and the games in Amico is that we're not doing like Call of Duty. Like, we don't expect people to sit down and play for 10 hours straight, right? Ours is like, hey, let's play this fun, simple game for like 15, 20 minutes. Now let's play this other one for 15 minutes. Now let's play this one. And then you're kind of done, right? So that kind of like a board game. Like, you sit around and play a board game for like an hour, maybe 2 hours tops. So,
and I'm assuming if the battery went low, there was that USB-C port that I could be charging while I play it at the same time.
Exactly. You can plug it in at any time, or just plug it in to a wireless, like a battery pack. Like, you don't even have to plug it into the wall. You can just, plug it like that and play like that if you wanted to. But keep in mind, again, you can be charging controllers while you're playing as well, right?
And Robert is asking the question I was going to follow up here is, how long does it take to charge the controller from the dead state up to full?
Great question. About an hour.
On the Amico, what will the USB ports be used for? Or are they still there?
We have one USB in the back. And that would be for like peripherals and add-ons and things like that.
Okay.
Proteus DX asks, when can we see more of the Amico OS settings in online store?
Every time we show a demo, we show a little bit of a different look, because when I show those demos, I actually go backwards because I don't want to show the whole thing yet. But we're going to do a big video that's going to go in depth into the store and the UI. Probably. I mean, that might be an exclusive thing. That's why we're holding it back a little bit. But you didn't ask about exclusivity. You asked when, and it's a fair question. I would probably say late spring, maybe early summer, because the thing that the folks have to remember, and people say, oh, well, you said you were going to show it before, because you have to remember, we can't show everything now 8 months before it's released. We have to release things closer so that it gets hyped up closer, so when people can get their hands on it. We'd be stupid to tell everything now, and then when you're 2 weeks from launch, you got nothing to give because you've already given away everything, right?
Yeah.
So it is a very distinctive. I mean, it's literally a spreadsheet we have, which has everything on it,
I don't think this will be a quick question, but I'm really curious about this one. I saw on your website the fact that every game has the Blue Sky Rangers gold seal of approval. I gotta know, why Blue Sky Rangers? What's the significance behind that?
So the Blue Sky Rangers was the name of the Intellivision team, the internal television team. And there's a funny story behind it, because they were featured in TV Guide. And for those of you old enough to remember, TV Guide was the #1 magazine in the world. Every week, everyone would get TV Guide. And so that was like, cover a Rolling Stone kind of thing, right? And they didn't want anyone to be known, their names, in that interview and article, because because it was a very different industry back then, and Atari would steal from Intellivision, and Intellivision would steal from Coleco, and blah 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 blah. Apple would steal from everyone. I say steal, I don't mean steal, poach people or whatever, it's not nefarious, it's just a part of business. But and so in the TV Guide article, they referred to themselves as the Blue Sky Rangers for whatever reason. So it's just a nod back to our original folks. And here's the other cool thing: we got 2 people in our office right now who started at Intellivision in 1981. Crazy.
Matthew, were you even born in 81?
No, still 3 years away.
When were you born?
I was 84.
84. Okay.
77.
You were 77, the year Star Wars came out.
Yes, sir. So we're going to hit 2 last questions and we're going to wrap it up because we are coming up on midnight here Central Time. Retro Rick, if you guys and gals out there are looking for great pickup tips, you have to follow this man because he has made an incredible gaming collection on $10, and he's got rare stuff too. He wants to know, could you get, and I'm sure this is just a matter of getting an agreement going and in place, could you get a package deal from board game companies to have on the console things like Connect 4? Sorry, I'm assuming that would be just talking about like with Milton Bradley and Hasbro and things along those lines.
Parker Brothers. I mean, Hasbro owns them all at this point. It's either Hasbro or Mattel. And we have a deal with Mattel already. But yeah, absolutely.
And then the final one here, where did I see it here? I have to whoever this Hank Hill guy is, tell you what, wants to know what the average frame rate on the console is going to be, and do you use charcoal or gas? I use gas.
Gas.
I do both because I have a gas grill.
You strike me as a guy that would have a green egg.
Would have a what?
A green egg smoker.
I said that's a smoker. That's neither charcoal or gas.
See, I'm vegan though, so there's not much I can do. Roast up some zucchini or something. But I have a gas grill, but I also have a fire pit kind of thing too as well. But yeah. So anyway, and then the other one was frame rate. Anywhere from 30 to 60. It depends on it really depends on the game and everything's the last thing that people do when they create the games. The last step is kind of the optimization. So, if I say a game's 30 today, it might mean 40 tomorrow, or, it might be 50 when it comes out. So that's why I'm going to give a range of 30 to 50. There's not a single game that drops under 30. But again, that's a very, and I don't.
That's a techie answer that doesn't affect gameplay. It's more of the visuals and how it looks. How shiny is your Ferrari?
There you go. I don't know what you're talking about, but sure. I do want to ask one question though. So D-Dub is calling me. It was saying that I was lying about something, and I'm not sure. I think he has a problem with something about exclusive. So D-Dub, I want to be respectful to you and ask you what's rubbing you the wrong way, because people have this. So let's get it out. Let's come to an agreement here. And I want to understand. Tell me what rubs you the wrong way with exclusive. What don't you think? Because there's a lot of misinformation out there. So I'd like to know from you, what don't you think is exclusive? That's the easiest way to ask it. Name a game. So he says Sesame Street is a browser game and that's not exclusive. D-Dub, you watch certain podcasters too much, because what I'm about to tell you is what we're doing is we're adding graphics, we're adding more motion, we're adding new levels, we're adding voiceovers. We're literally changing everything, we're adding to everything in the game. So if I'm changing the graphics, if I'm changing the controls, if I'm adding multiplayer, if I'm adding audio, you don't consider that to be something that's different from a browser game? And if you don't, that's okay. Then we would just have a gentlemanly disagreement on that. But I did want to point that out because there's so many people that lie about, and I'm not saying you're lying, but I'm just saying that there's people that lie about that, and then folks like you hear it and assume that it's true. Another one that we get is Fox and Forest and Finnegan Fox. Fox and Forest was a game that was out on the Switch and PlayStation and Steam, and it was a pixel game. We worked with that developer, and I sat down with the designer, and this is what we did. We changed the gameplay, we changed the design, we changed the graphics, we changed the music, we added boss monsters, we added characters, we made the game much easier, we added secret maps, we added multiplayer. Now, do you say that that's not an exclusive? And the only place that you can play that version of the game, called Finnegan Fox, is on the Amico. Would you say that that's not an exclusive game when we've changed every single element of it, but except for the level layouts on some of the levels? And again, it's okay if you say, yeah, I don't think that's an exclusive, then that's fine. I would respectfully disagree with you, and that's all. But I just wanted to let me read what he's saying here. He says, no, I get it. But a year and a half ago, it was you, Tommy, saying all these games are brand new, being built from the ground up. There will be new versions in television class. No, I never said that. I never said that. I never said that every single game on Amico is going to be completely brand new and built from the ground up. I've never said that. Never.
Well, and I kind of, to draw a parallel, I'm looking at my copy of Starlink Battle for Atlas here for the Switch. That was exclusive to the Switch, as it was the only version that had Star Fox. Could you get it on Xbox and PlayStation? Sure, but the Switch version was exclusive to that console and different than what was available anywhere else. Got it.
Well, there you go. And D-Dub, he says, I'm pretty sure you did say that. And there's Mike Martinez who makes it his goal in life to say as many nasty things about me as possible. So how you doing there, Mike, and your fake accounts? He's one of the guys who I don't like. So just so you know, he's one of the guys who finds great joy in tearing down people. So those are the type of people that I don't like. So if he wants to criticize stuff, those are the people I don't tolerate. But anyway, but getting back to D-Dub, you have to understand that people will take clips of things I say, and they'll do it in this interview, and they'll make videos about it. And so you see these clips and you see these things and it's taken out of context and you go, oh, you did say that, right? But in the entire context of things, it might be different. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. Nothing against you, but again, you may have heard something that was taken out of context. So, or you only heard a part of the thing. So anyway.
Well, what I want to say here is it is midnight Central Time. It is 10 p.m. for those of you in Rio Linda. Still weird to think he's not here anymore. I do want to thank everybody. I mean, it is after midnight, after 1 o'clock East Coast time, and we still have over 100 people. If you came in, if you watched for 5 seconds or 50 minutes or through the whole thing, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you. I appreciate it. I think that this was a spirited discussion. I will admit, even after this conversation with Tommy, I want to play Earthworm Jim. Dear Lord, I want to play Earthworm Jim, but I don't know that I want to pay $250 to pay Earthworm Jim. So,
you will. I'm looking behind you. I'm looking behind you in all your collection. You will.
You snitched on me, you son of a. But no, seriously, I just want to thank Tommy. You have been absolutely gracious, not only with your time here tonight, but in your communication for someone we had never really talked and discussed anything. Seriously, thank you for a very frank and open and honest discussion. So Riggs brings up a point here. I will commit and I will pre-order now as soon as the Earthworm Jim edition comes out.
There you go. See that? So,
that when you power it on, it says groovy.
Groovy. Well done. So I want to thank John Riggs out there as well for kind of being the conduit to get me and you together. And so thank you to John Riggs, guy I respect more than any YouTuber I've ever known. And Cyrus Martin, who's here, love and respect. I see Retro Bro here, love and respect. These are my favorite guys. Smash GT's here. Is Smash GT here? I love Smash. I didn't even see him. Yo. Anyway, so yeah, thank you everybody. Hey, there he is. Sorry I missed most of this. You're just coming in now. Smash, you just missed 4 hours of talking. We're saying our goodbyes now. Oh, that's okay.
I do want to also say for those of you here in the chat, well, I don't live stream that often. I will be trying to do so more so soon. Life with Matthew every Monday night, the virtual pub. It's one of those things that it came out of necessity with COVID, with people just missing hanging out with people. And I mean, you guys go to 2, 3 in the morning some nights talking about everything from gaming to Star Trek to Star Wars to comic books. Go ahead and Don King yourself here and kind of promote where people can find more and learn more about you, except learning how to say blinking light when.
Yeah, I can't do the no blink when kit, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. I don't know.
And we lost him. We lost him. I think, well, he had dropped out. He had dropped out earlier on because his computer had blue screened on him. So I'm betting something happened like that again.
Well, thank you everybody for joining, and please make sure you're on YouTube right now. Just go to the Intellivision channel and subscribe so that you get all the info as well. Thank you to Alex Snell, dear friend of mine. I saw him in here too. D-Dub, thank you. Sorry we disagree on the exclusive thing, but that's okay. We can disagree. That's okay. Jan Ong, are you kidding me? What a great guy. Love him to death. Great writer. Anthony Silvaro, fellow Paisan, just coming in now. So thank you all. Join our mailing list, Intellivision.com. Thank you for reminding me, Alex. Intellivision.com. Join our mailing list. And I appreciate everyone. Again, even if you don't like what you heard or you're not into Intellivision, thanks for coming in and joining in the conversation. Even the little punk haters too. So thank you for joining us, and sorry that I anger you so much about a video game system you've never played.
And then for those who are coming in at the end, be aware I will be taking and trimming this down and releasing probably 10 to 15 minute snippets of this interview throughout the next couple of days. So if you want to just hit certain highlights, you can do so. If you're watching this after the fact, play it 2 times speed. You can watch it in 2 hours instead of 4. So Tommy, again, much respect to you. Again, I am still on the fence. I want to see more. I am interested in seeing I am interested in seeing what Amico has to come, and whether I buy one or not, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for what you are doing. Just embracing the community, bringing something that is family focused, and just giving people another way to play. And
thank you.
As I said earlier, and to quote the great James E. Cornett, people may like vanilla ice cream. People may like chocolate ice cream. As long as they're buying ice cream and I'm selling ice cream, I'm a happy man. So
there you go. I appreciate you. Thank you for being keeping an open mind. And I look forward to you emailing me saying, "Damn it, Earthworm Jim looks awesome. I'm buying one." And especially, I'll tell you what if we did an Earthworm Jim whole console?
That's what John was saying was the Earthworm Jim edition console.
What do you think about that? What if we did that? Huh?
I mean,
would you buy
if
one?
It kind of had that blue and white and everything on there, and like I say, it's got to say groovy when you turn it on. I mean,
absolutely. What if we did that? Would you buy one then?
I hate you.
All right. Cool, man.
All right.
I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody in the chat.
And Matthew, you're back. Pimp yourself. Go for it.
Right. Yeah. So all of a sudden, my Windows goes, "We've completed your audio driver installation." I'm like, "I didn't ask you to do that, but thank you." And then Chrome crashed. So here we are in Firefox. But no, I was going to say every Monday night at 8:30 p.m. over on my channel, you can see me do the virtual pub. Tuesday, I do a Sequest review, a TV show from the 90s with John DeMarco. And then you'll find me here with Gary doing random stuff like that, or you'll find me doing a random game live stream. I'm an extremely random person. You're not going to like all the content I do because I'm not consistent, and it is the worst thing I can do for being a YouTuber, but it's life with Matthew. That's what you get.
So, all right. Again, thank you all. Matthew, hang out here in the background here for a little bit. I want to touch base with you a little bit. And
Sure.
Seriously, we just hit 12,000 subscribers last week. Thank you all for the love, the support, the comments. And you are all the reason why we continue to do this. But until next time, we are checked out, gone.